Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into a lore of the Archmagos that hunted Space Marines for their organs. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Vardek awoke to the sound of his own armor being cut open. The blade screamed against ceramite beneath his gorget, worrying through the overlapping plates where helm met cuirass. Warning runes bled across the lenses of his helmet. His secondary heart thundered. His primary heart stuttered beneath the pressure of restraints driven through the operating altar and locked around his wrists, ankles, waist, and throat. The chamber pitched beneath him. Somewhere beyond the walls, the canticle of ruin groaned like a wounded god. Klaxons howled through the strike cruiser. Emergency lumens pulsed in shades of arterial red, revealing chains, articulated surgical frames and racks of instruments tarnished by old blood. A rust-robed figure leaned over him. Beneath the robe, blackened armor plates enclosed a skeletal framework of brass, adamantium, and veined artificial flesh. Mechadendrites coiled from its spine. One carried the improvised reductor, now cutting into Vardek's neck. Another held his helm steady. A third extended a cluster of lenses that dilated and contracted as they examined the wound. "Consciousness confirmed," said Phayzarus. His low Gothic emerged beneath a whispering undertone of machine code, each word accompanied by clicks, static, and bursts of Binharic, too rapid for a mortal ear. Pain response elevated, adrenal analogues increasing, Laraman activity detected, none possess relevance. Vardek strained against the chains. The altar buckled beneath his mass, but the restraints held. "You crawl in the dark beneath the gaze of gods," he snarled. Blood filled his mouth. "Release me, machine slave, and I shall show you relevance." Phayzarus paused. The cutting blade remained lodged beneath the gorget. "Your gods have not intervened. They watch. Then they are witnesses, not masters." The reductor drove deeper. Vardek roared. The sound struck the chamber walls with the force of an animal bellow, amplified through the vox grill of his horned helm. The blade separated fused armor, severed bundles of black carapace cabling, and opened the reinforced flesh of his neck. Blood surged against the instrument. Phayzarus's surgical limbs drank it through narrow tubes before it could spill across the altar. "Cervical progenoid located," the Magos said. "Viability remains within acceptable parameters. Memory yield cannot be projected until ingestion." Vardek's vision sharpened, not from fear, not from pain, from insult. His armor bore the scripture of Colchis, engraved into crimson plate and filled with ash taken from worlds burned in the gods' names. His flesh had crossed the eye of terror. His hands had strangled imperial saints and torn loyalist warriors from their sacred machines. He had knelt before the Dark Council and heard the Empyrean answer, and this thing spoke of him as meat. Vardek clenched both fists. Servos shrieked. One restraint split where its locking pin entered the altar. He pulled again, feeding power through his left arm until the chain tore free in a spray of bolts. Phayzarus's lenses snapped towards the movement. Vardek struck him across the head. The blow hurled the Magos from the altar. Rust-red robes snapped through the air as he struck a rack of instruments and shattered it beneath his bulk. Vardek ripped his other arm loose, then tore the throat restraint apart with both hands. The reductor came free in a gout of blood, leaving a ragged cavity beside his neck seal. He rolled from the altar and crashed to the deck. His corrupted power maul rested inside a restraint field near the chamber wall. Vardek seized the field generator and tore it from its housing. Sparks washed across his gauntlets. He caught the weapon as it fell, thumbed the activation stud, and felt the Maul's blasphemous head awaken with a growl of caged energy. Phayzarus rose from the wreckage. One side of his face had folded inward. Beneath the damaged metal, threads of silver mechanism were already dragging broken plates back into alignment. Artificial flesh pulsed between them, glistening like muscle stripped of skin. Vardek charged. "Face me, perjurer." Phayzarus looked past him. A black iron disc was fixed beneath the operating altar. The concealed teleportation Homer flashed. Vardek brought the power maul down, but Phayzarus vanished beneath the descending blow. Crimson lightning crawled across the chamber. The maul struck the deck, hard enough to crater it, pulverizing the Homer and splitting the altar through its center. The Magos's voice came through the chamber vox. "Your survival has increased the experiment's potential." Then the transmission died. Vardek stood amid the red light, blood running beneath his cuirass. His auto senses registered pressure loss in distant decks, reactor instability, and the absence of thousands of crew ident signals. He opened the command channel. "Host, answer." Static replied. He changed frequencies. "Core Vardek, to all warriors of the open vein, report." A voice emerged at last. "Vardek." It belonged to Brother Caldrus, though the transmission was broken by distortion. "We are on the lower gun decks. The thralls are dead. Something has sealed the armories." "How many stand with you?" "5. We have lost contact with the bridge." Another voice broke across the channel. "Engine shrine access is barred. The ship fights us." Vardek touched the wound beneath his gorget. His gauntlet came away black with blood, then wound it until it obeys. He left the surgical chamber and entered a corridor without light. The Canticle of Ruin had once carried 3 companies of the 17th Legion into war. Its processional ways were lined with devotional chains, scripture plates, and the flayed skins of imperial priests. Censers hung from the ceiling, fashioned from human skulls with iron jaws. Incense still burned within them, but another odor had conquered the sacred fumes. Opened bowels, hot metal, blood beginning to sour. Vardek advanced with his maul raised, his helm's auspex filled with moving contacts. The first corpse hung from the ceiling, suspended by cables punched through its shoulders. A mortal deck officer had been opened from sternum to pelvis. His organs were gone. In their place, Phayzarus had packed warm muscle tissue, batteries, and pulsing fluid reservoirs into the emptied cavity. The crude assembly radiated heat and movement, mimicking the signature of a living man. More bodies waited beyond him. Ratings, slaves, gun serfs, and robed attendants had been arranged at intersections or wedged inside maintenance recesses. Some were filled with pumping mechanical hearts. Others carried lengths of heated tubing through their torsos. Every corpse created another false return. The auspex became useless. Caldrus joined him near the aft devotional transept with 4 word-bearers at his back. Their crimson armor was scorched, and one warrior carried a chain blade slick with mortal blood. "We killed 12 servitors," Caldrus said. "None bore weapons." "They were markers," Vardek replied. "For what?" The nearest servitor moved. Its torso had been split open and spread with metal braces. Human lungs, livers, and sections of intestine had been stitched into the cavity. Tiny pistons compressed the lungs in imitation of breathing. The servitor raised its head. Brother Marduk's voice came from its vox unit. "Advance through the port transept. Fire discipline. Incinerate all living forms." Every warrior froze. Marduk had died during the burning of Vespasia. nearly 2 centuries before. Vardek remembered his death. He remembered standing over the ruined body while demon fire poured from its broken armor. Caldrus smashed the servitor's skull with his bolter. Another voice spoke from the wall. "Caldrus, take the starboard aisle." It belonged to Namar Sin, murdered on Belisar. Then another command came, spoken by a captain whose head Vardek had carried from the fields of Xerxia. The dead ordered them onward. Vardek felt his anger become cold. "He has fed," he said. Caldrus looked towards him. "On whom?" "On us." A bulkhead slammed down between the warriors. 2 word-bearers remained with Vardek. Caldrus and the others vanished behind meters of adamantium. The deck shuddered. Warning icons filled Vardek's vision. "Prometheum pressure rising," one of his brothers said. The corridor ahead erupted. Burning fuel struck them like a tidal wave. One warrior disappeared inside the torrent, his armor blackening as liquid fire poured into the joints. Vardek threw himself through a side archway. The second legionary followed, his crimson plate engulfed in flame. They reached a gravitic transit shaft. The gravity reversed. Vardek struck the ceiling hard enough to crack it. The burning warrior hit beside. Him then fell upward through the shaft as local gravitic fields changed again. He collided with one wall, another, and finally the closing blast door. The door caught him across the waist. Armor split. His lower body vanished beneath the descending slab, leaving torn intestines steaming across the metal. Vardek climbed from the shaft alone. Screams flooded the Vox. Caldrus's warriors had reached a compartment whose outer doors were opening into the void. Vardek heard bolters firing against sealed inner hatches. He heard armored fists hammering upon adamantium as air howled from the chamber. Then there was silence. Phayzarus began to recite in Colchissian. His pronunciation was nearly flawless. Through the first gate, the Seeker cast aside his name. Through the second, he cast aside his flesh. Through the third, "You corrupt the verse," Vardek growled. "Correction," said Phayzarus. "The Seeker casts aside certainty. That was never written. It exists now." A junction door opened. Vardek understood. Every insult, every false order, every dead brother's voice had directed him through the ship. Phayzarus knew the rituals of the Legion. He knew which profanities would inspire fury, which memories would draw pursuit, and which errors in sacred text no son of Lorgar could permit to pass unanswered. Vardek killed his external Vox. He ignored the next opening door and drove his power maul into the wall instead. The energized head ruptured conduits and shattered support braces. He struck again. A third blow tore open the maintenance artery behind the bulkhead. He entered the ship's veins and moved towards the plasma drives by a route intended for servitors. Phayzarus did not speak again. That silence confirmed Vardek's choice. The maintenance passage opened above the engine shrine. The chamber stretched for hundreds of meters beneath vaulted iron ribs. Plasma reactors burned behind containment fields, each miniature sun chained inside a cathedral of machinery. Gantries crossed the abyss. Tech thralls lay dismembered around control pulpits, their flesh burned by discharge or carved apart by surgical tools. At the far end of the shrine stood Phayzarus. His rust-red robes hung motionless despite the heat. The bones of subversion enclosed him in a profane exoskeleton. Blackened armor shielded a mass of synthetic muscles threaded around pistons and cables. Surgical arms rose above his shoulders, folding and unfolding with patient precision. One held the bloodied reductor. Another supported a weapon whose long barrel pulsed with gathering light. 5 word-bearers remained with Vardek. They entered the shrine from different access points, drawn by the same hunt. Phayzarus raised the conversion beamer. "Dispersal advised," Vardek said. Brother Serek ignored him. The legionary roared Lorgar's name and charged down the central gantry. The conversion beamer fired. At the weapon's mouth, the discharge was a lance of white brilliance. Across the length of the shrine, it swelled into a roaring sphere of transformative force. It struck Serek full in the chest. His ceramite became liquid. The armor collapsed inward, sealing around his torso as the body inside expanded beneath impossible heat. Serek burst within his warplate. Molten ceramite, shattered ribs and cooked organs erupted through the joints. His helm tore free with part of his spine still attached. Wet fragments slapped against reactor housings and hissed into vapor. The gantry vanished beneath the blast. Vardek had already moved. His surviving brothers opened fire. Bolt shells detonated across Phayzarus's armor, shredding robes and blasting craters through artificial muscle. The Magos retreated between reactor columns, using distance to feed the beamer's strength. One word-bearer reached him from the flank. Energized talons opened the legionary from hip to shoulder. The claws passed through ceramite, black carapace, and fused ribs in one rising stroke. His upper body slid from his lower half, uncoiling loops of intestine across the deck. Vardek closed the distance. His power maul struck Phayzarus in the chest. The blow folded armor inward and shattered mechanisms beneath. The Magos left the floor, struck a reactor column, and landed in a heap of twitching limbs. Red fluid pumped from the wound. Vardek advanced, raising the maul for the killing strike. Phayzarus stood. His ruined chest clicked and flexed. Metallic tendons crawled across the cavity. Plates began dragging themselves together while artificial flesh tightened beneath them. "Impact pattern recorded," he said. Vardek swung. Phayzarus caught the maul between energized talons. The weapon's field shrieked against his claws. One talon melted. 2 broke. The others closed around the maul's head, while secondary limbs seized Vardek's forearm. Vardek drove his free fist into the Magos' face. Phayzarus rotated with the blow, absorbing its force. A surgical arm punched through the elbow joint of Vardek's armor. Another locked beneath his pauldron. Muscular output declining, Phayzarus observed. "I shall kill you with my remaining hand." Incorrect. The bones of subversion contracted. Vardek's right arm tore free at the shoulder. Blood erupted across both warriors. Torn cables whipped from the empty socket. The severed arm remained locked around the power maul, while Phayzarus cast it into the reactor pit. Vardek attacked with his left hand. He caught the Magos by the throat and drove him against the containment column. Warning runes ignited across the shrine. Plasma light bathed them both in white and blue. Phayzarus's mechadendrites wrapped around Vardek's torso. The reductor entered beneath his gorget. Vardek tried to crush the Magos' throat. His fingers found no vulnerable windpipe, only armor, cables, and pulsing artificial tissue. Phayzarus forced the blade through the wound he had begun upon the altar. "You will not possess me," Vardek said. "I already possess the required coordinates." The reductor opened his neck. Pain became a sun. Vardek felt the tool separate tissue with obscene delicacy. It avoided the arteries that would kill him too quickly. It passed between reinforced muscles, found the swollen progenoid, and closed around it. He remained conscious when Phayzarus pulled the gland free. The organ glistened between steel pincers, pale beneath the blood. Within it, lay the legacy of the 17th Legion, cultivated through 10,000 years of treachery, devotion, and war. Phayzarus fed it into a grinding aperture beneath his chest armor. Teeth of black metal reduced the progenoid to pulp. The graft inside his spine convulsed. Vardek saw the Magos' lenses flare as memory entered him. The word-bearer fleet gathering beyond the Karen stars. The hatred Malrek Val concealed behind sermons. The codes of the Canticle of Ruin. Mordrath Secundus. The Imperial reinforcement schedules. A black-armored kill team traveling beneath sealed Deathwatch authority. 7 warriors, 7 chapters, 7 bloodlines. Phayzarus released him. Vardek slid down the reactor column, one hand pressed uselessly to his open throat. The shrine alarms changed in pitch. Plasma containment was failing. Across the ship, drives screamed as sabotage commands forced them beyond tolerance. The Magos activated a Homer fixed beneath his robes. Crimson lightning engulfed him. "Your memories possess value," he said. Then he was gone. Vardek looked towards the chained suns as their containment fields ruptured. The Canticle of Ruin died near the Hadex anomaly. Its plasma drives detonated first, tearing the strike cruiser apart from within. The engine shrine became a sphere of stellar fire. Armor, scripture, flesh, and 10,000 years of accumulated blasphemy vanished together. The explosion briefly outshone the crimson madness burning across the nearby void. Aboard the hidden anatomist of empires, Phayzarus stood within his memory vault and watched the death of the ship through 100 mechanical eyes. Information unfolded through his graft in broken visions. Mordrath Secundus, Deathwatch, 7 isolated specimens carrying 7 distinct bloodlines. Behind his lenses, calculations multiplied. "Acquisition conditions," he whispered, "are favorable." The first shells landed before the false dawn. Mordrath Secundus had not known a true dawn in generations. Its atmosphere was a chemical graveyard of refinery smoke, metallic dust, and the vapors rising from oceans poisoned before the oldest living laborer had been born. The light of the system's star reached the surface as a jaundiced smear, weak and bloodless behind the industrial cloud. The Hadex anomaly made a mockery of even that. Its crimson radiance burned across the eastern sky, vast, enough to stain the cloud layers from below. Men who looked upon it for too long saw faces forming in the red. Priests declared those visions temptations sent to test the faithful. Commissars called them battlefield fatigue. Medici officers called them terminal and sent the afflicted to the firing trenches, where death came quickly enough to make the distinction meaningless. Colonel Joran Halvek was watching the eastern tactical display when the horizon vanished. The first barrage struck the charnel line across a frontage of nearly 400 kilometers. Icons representing trench bastions, gun pits, and infantry redoubts flickered beneath the impact. A moment later, more than half of them changed from imperial green to the dull grey reserved for units whose status could no longer be confirmed. The bunker shook. Dust fell from the vaulted ferrocrete ceiling. Brass devotional plates rattled against their chains. Somewhere in the communication pit, a servitor began repeating the litany of stability through a vox grill clogged with dried blood. Halvek braced one hand against the edge of the command table. The surface was crowded with stained maps, wax tally slates, and flickering hololithic projections. The hololith no longer displayed individuals. It had ceased displaying companies several months earlier. Now entire regiments existed as narrow rooms, their lives represented by a fading pulse of light. "Report," Halvek ordered. Major Kessel leaned over the primary Auspex console. He was missing his left ear and part of his jaw, wounds sealed beneath a crude plate of black surgical metal. His voice emerged through a throat amplifier as a harsh electronic rasp. Enemy artillery across the eastern salient. Siege caliber, multiple batteries. How many? The cogitators cannot distinguish separate muzzle signatures. Give me an estimate. Kessel watched the incoming trajectories multiply until they became a solid curtain. Enough. The second barrage struck. The bunker rose beneath Halvek's boots, then slammed down again. Lumens burst in the ceiling. A command servitor toppled from its restraint frame and split its skull against the deck, though the cables in its spine continued feeding tactical data into the dead brain. Mordrath Secundus had once held 43 billion human souls. The Administratum still used that number. Halvek knew it was false. Entire hive foundries had vanished into rebellion, starvation, or orbital fire. Census scribes continued counting manufacturing districts whose foundations had been exposed to the sky. Corpse reclamation facilities recorded the dead as labourers transferred to other sectors because admitting the loss of their work quotas would have required revising production forecasts. More than 1.5 billion inhabitants now served beneath arms or chains. Astra Militarum regiments held the trench belts. Planetary defence cohorts manned the second-line bastions. Skitari guarded the forge temples and plasma refineries. Labour levies carried shells, repaired fortifications, and dragged artillery pieces when fuel ran dry. Servitors worked until their joints ground open. Traitors and cult armies fought from the outer continents, sustained by the same manufactoria they had captured and desecrated. The remainder built weapons for both sides or waited to become ammunition for one of them. Visual feed, Halvek said. A pict screen awakened above the command table. Static cleared to reveal the eastern ash waste. The stigmatas were advancing. They came beneath ragged banners cut from flayed skin and stitched with the symbols of the ruinous powers. Cult infantry poured through the smoke in blackened armor, scavenged flak plate and ritual masks. Some carried laser guns taken from dead guardsmen. Others bore autoguns, crude flamers, chain blades or lengths of sharpened iron. They advanced in numbers that rendered courage irrelevant. Behind them rolled captured Lehman Russ tanks, repainted in ash black and congealed red. Their hulls were hung with corpses. Chains dragged behind the tracks, pulling men whose hands had been nailed to the links. Some were still alive. Further back, something larger moved through the bombardment. The hololith struggled to define it. A tracked artillery engine emerged from the smoke, its chassis swollen with iron growths and fused human bodies. A cannon rose from its back like the spine of a diseased cathedral. Bound figures writhed along the barrel, their mouths opening together whenever the weapon fired. The blast reached the bunker seconds later. The sound was too deep to be heard as noise. Halvek felt it inside his chest, a pressure that squeezed his lungs and made his teeth ache. Demon-bound siege piece, Kessel said. I can see that. Forward observers designate it as a priority target. Forward observers are paid to say that about everything larger than a hab block. Another picked feed opened. Mutant Ogrins advanced beside the captured tanks, their bodies swollen beneath welded slabs of armor. Some possessed additional arms. One dragged a slab of ferrocrete as a shield, while another carried a rotary cannon torn from an aircraft mount. Towering idols followed them. Thousands of chained labourers hauled the monuments across the ash. The foremost idol depicted a many-horned figure seated upon a throne of screaming men. Priests walked before it, cutting open prisoners and casting organs beneath the rollers. "Basilisk batteries responding," announced the fire control overseer. Halvek watched the Imperial artillery icons ignite. Across the rear lines, hundreds of basilisks elevated their Earthshaker cannons. Manticores opened armored housings and exposed racks of Storm Eagle rockets. Medusas lowered brutal siege guns towards the eastern horizon. The guns fired. The bunker's walls trembled beneath the united concussion. On the picked screens, the distance disappeared beneath detonations. Earthshaker shells plunged into the Stigmatus advance, blasting men into sprays of black earth and red meat. One captured Lehman Russ vanished under a direct hit. Its turrets spun into the air, trailing bodies and ammunition cook-off. Storm Eagle rockets descended in shrieking clusters. Fire blossomed among the mutant Ogrins. One giant continued walking after its legs were torn away, clawing through the ash until the next explosion reduced its upper body to a crater lined with burned flesh. The advancing cultists did not slow. Some laughed. Others raised their weapons towards the Hadex anomaly and screamed words the bunker's Vox filter refused to translate. Western Shell Foundries report structural damage, said an Administratum adept. The adept stood inside a recessed counting station, surrounded by parchment rolls and production reduction, Halvek asked. 14 munition lines have ceased. 3 remain intermittently functional. Casualties. The adept consulted a slate. Within the Manufactoria. Where else? Current confirmed loss is 180,000 labor assets. Estimate may increase. Halvek looked at him. Men. The adept's augmetic eyes clicked as they focused. Labor assets, Colonel. Their designation remains unchanged by mortality. A wounded signalman crawled past the counting station. His right leg was gone above the knee. The field dressing had slipped, leaving the white spike of his femur visible beneath pumping blood. He dragged himself by his elbows towards a medici alcove that had already overflowed into the corridor. 2 ammunition runners stopped beside him. One knelt, removed the signalman's power cell packs, and clipped them to his own webbing. The wounded man gripped his sleeve. "Brother." The runner pulled free. "You will not need them." He took the signalman's knife as well. No one intervened. The command bunker possessed enough medica supplies for officers, cogitator personnel and soldiers judged likely to return to duty. The rest received prayers or a bolt round when the screaming disrupted operations. 17th Hethran Infantry has lost contact, Kessel said. 23rd and 51st as well. Destroyed. Unconfirmed. The Administratum Adept raised one metal finger. Projected loss of all 3 divisions remains within acceptable parameters. Halvek stared at him. Define acceptable. The shell foundries behind their position have continued production for 11 minutes beyond the estimated overrun point. The bunker shook again. A crack opened in the wall beside the adept. Dust covered his robe. He did not appear to notice. 3 divisions, Halvek said, for 11 minutes. Correct. How many shells were produced? The adept consulted his tally. 22,406. Then mark each shell with the names of the men who bought it. That would impair production efficiency. Halvek turned away before the urge to shoot him became an order. Release the armor reserve. Major Kessel's head snapped towards him. The counterattack has not received Sector Command sanction. Sector Command is under bombardment. The Baneblades were designated for defense of the inner manufactoria. If the eastern trench system breaks, there will be no inner manufactoria. Kessel considered this, then sent the order. Armor icons began moving across the hololith. On the surface, engines awakened beneath layers of ash. Lehman Russ battle tanks rolled from revetments in staggered lines, their battle cannons firing as they advanced. Demolishers followed, built for close destruction, their short-barreled siege guns aimed at the traitor armor pushing through the outer trenches. Hellhounds surged between them, inferno cannons vomiting burning promethium across packed ranks of cultists. Baneblades came last. The super-heavy tanks moved like mobile fortresses. Their tracks crushed abandoned guns, corpses, and collapsed trench walls into a single paste. Infantry advanced in their wake, sheltering behind slabs of armor marked with Aquilus, kill tallies, and devotional text. A tank commander appeared upon the pict feed, visible from the waist up in his cupola. "Armored Group Harrow advancing," he said. "Infantry support is dispersed." "Continue," Halvek ordered. "We will outrun them." "You will be dead before that becomes a logistical concern." The commander grinned. "Understood, Colonel." His transmission vanished beneath static. The counterattack struck the Stigmata's spearhead. Demolisher shells hit a captured tank column at close range. One traitor Lehman Russ folded around the impact, its hull crushed inward before the ammunition racks ignited. The explosion tore the turret away and hurled it through a formation of cult infantry, reducing bodies to streaks across the ash. Hellhounds burned paths through the enemy advance. Men became black shapes inside the flames, still running while their skin split and their fat boiled beneath torn uniforms. The Baneblades opened fire. Their main guns turned armored vehicles into expanding clouds of fragments. Heavy bolters cut trenches through infantry. Lascannons punched into demon engines, burning holes through iron, and the flesh fused beneath it. For 1 minute, the Stigmatus advance faltered. Then, the traitor Super Heavy appeared. It emerged through the smoke with the silhouette of a Baneblade, though no loyal forge had shaped what it had become. Its turret was a mass of horns and welded skulls. Flesh bulged through gaps in the hull. A mouth opened along one track housing, biting at the bodies beneath it. Its main cannon fired. The shell struck the lead Imperial Baneblade below the turret. The super-heavy tank disappeared inside an orange-white sphere. Its armor broke into plates large enough to crush buildings. The turret traveled nearly a kilometer before striking a Lehman Russ and flattening it beneath the impact. The Baneblade's reactor detonated. Men, tanks, and burning wreckage were thrown across several square kilometers. A platoon vanished beneath a rain of armor fragments. One Lehman Russ was overturned by the blast, trapping its crew alive as fuel poured into the compartment. The traitor engine continued forward. "Destroy it," Halvek said. "Every battery has already received that instruction," Kessel replied. "Then instruct them with greater conviction." A new warning sounded. Not artillery. Aircraft. Halvek looked towards the overhead tactical screen as a single contact descended through the bombardment. It moved too quickly for a transport, too heavily for an interceptor. Anti-aircraft batteries tracked it, but did not fire. The pict feed found the vessel. A Thunderhawk gunship plunged through the red sky. Its armor was black. Imperial insignia had been reduced to severe white markings and the long-barreled symbol of the Inquisition. Enemy shells burst around it. One explosion struck the starboard wing, rolling the gunship hard enough to expose its armored belly, but the pilot corrected without breaking descent. "Identify," Halvek ordered. Kessel listened to the incoming authentication cipher. His remaining eye widened. Deathwatch! The Thunderhawk landed beside the bunker. Its engines blasted ash, blood and fragments of corpses across the defense yard. Soldiers threw themselves flat. A damaged Chimera shifted sideways beneath the thrust. One wounded man, too slow to move, disappeared beneath the black craft's landing strut with a sound like wet timber breaking. The assault ramp lowered. The first Space Marine descended. He wore black power armor. The left arm and pauldron worked in silver. A white omega marked the shoulder opposite, crossed by the red insignia of command. His helm's lenses glowed like banked coals. More followed. A red scorpion apothecary bore a narthecium upon one arm, its reductor folded among medical instruments designed to penetrate transhuman flesh. A dark angel carried a long-barreled stalker pattern bolter and wore a hood of dark cloth over his armor. A space wolf descended with a chainsword mag-locked across his back, pelts and carved talismans fixed around his gorget. An iron hand followed, one side of his body swollen by augmetics and a servo arm rising above his shoulder. His plasma gun hummed with restrained heat. The Black Templar carried a storm shield engraved with a Crusader's cross and a power axe bound to his wrist by black chains. Last came a Blood Angel with a jump pack upon his back, his chapter badge rendered in blood red against the black plate of the long vigil. 7 warriors. Halvek had seen Space Marines before. He had watched a company of white consuls break a rebel fortress on Herodon and leave nothing living inside its walls. He had seen a wounded Imperial fist continue fighting after an autocannon had removed half his abdomen. He had once watched 3 Astartes hold a transit causeway against thousands of mutants until the bridge collapsed beneath the weight of the dead. They had never reassured him. Their arrival meant that ordinary war had failed. The command bunker fell silent as the Death Watch entered. Officers stopped speaking. Servitors continued their repetitions, oblivious. Guardsmen pressed themselves against the walls to make room for warriors too broad for the corridors. The Astartes brought the scent of sacred oils, burned propellant, scorched ceramite, and old blood. The ultramarine removed his helm. His face was broad, pale, and marked by a scar crossing one eye. Grey touched the cropped hair at his temples. Colonel Joran Halvek. It was not a question. Halvek saluted. Watch, Captain. Acastus Vaughn, you will provide all records concerning Astartes' movements, apothecarian consignments, and unexplained losses within this system. Halvek glanced towards the tactical display as another regiment disappeared. You have arrived during an invasion. We are aware. Then you will also be aware that my records include several billion troop movements, refugee displacements, armor deployments, and orbital transfers. Vaughn stepped closer. A second war is concealed within the first. Halvek met the Space Marine's gaze. Explain. The Red Scorpion apothecary moved to the command table. His helm remained on. A Death Watch kill team vanished in this theater, he said. No distress beacon, no gene seed recovery, no confirmed enemy engagement. The iron hand connected a cable from his wrist to the bunker cogitator. The machine screamed through its vox as foreign data rights invaded its systems. Restricted apothecarian files were accessed, he said. Gene seed transit schedules, fleet routes, armor maintenance seals. The intrusions preceded the present offensive. Halvek looked towards the robed Mechanicus priest entering behind them. Magos Dominus Orest Vanex moved on 6 articulated limbs. His body was hidden beneath robes the color of dried blood, though brass icons of the Cog Mechanicum marked him as loyal. Incense drifted from vents in his shoulders. His face was a cluster of lenses surrounding a narrow grille. Identity correlation exceeds doubt threshold, Vanex said. The profane actor is designated Phayzarus. Addendum, the Perjurer. The name meant nothing to Halvek. It meant something to the Death Watch. The Space Wolf's lip curled. The Black Templar tightened his grip upon the chained axe. Apothecary Rex turned towards Halvek. The organs he seeks are progenoids. They carry the genetic legacy from which future Adeptus Astartes are created. Each is cultivated through decades of war and sacrifice. Each may become the foundation of another brother. And he steals them? Halvek asked. He consumes them. The word entered the bunker like a blade. Rex continued. When Phayzarus murders one of us, he does not kill a single warrior. He destroys those who might have followed. He extinguishes descendants never implanted, battles never fought, worlds never defended. Halvek looked at the 7 black-armored giants standing in his command bunker while men bled to death outside. How many worlds would you spend to recover one such organ? Rex's helm lenses fixed upon him, as many as duty requires. Every lumen died. The hololith vanished. The bunker became absolute darkness. Then the Vox speakers activated. A Space Marine's voice filled the chamber, calm, measured, dead. Watch Captain Acastus Vaughn, Ultramarines, Command Authority, Favored Tactical Response, Disciplined Division of Threat Vectors. Another speaker awakened. Apothecary Corvin Rex, Red Scorpions, Biological Custodial Fixation, Predictable Priority, Progenoid Recovery above Mortal Preservation. The voices multiplied through the blackness. Brother Kador, Dark Angels, Concealed Obligations. Brother Hroth Skeld, Space Wolves, Predatory Deviation. Brother Brannock Vare, Iron Hands, Mechanized Dependency. Brother Dymas Thane, Black Templars, Provocation Susceptibility. Brother Seraphian, Blood Angels, Hereditary Appetite. Red emergency lumens flickered once. The dead voice spoke from every wall. 7 specimens have entered the controlled environment. 5 are projected recoverable. Watch Captain Vaughn raised his bolter. Contact. The Eastern artillery struck the command complex. The world became fire. The first impact drove the command bunker 3 meters into the earth. Ferrocrete screamed around Kill Team Vaughn. The deck split along its central seam, pitching officers and servitors into a trench of exposed power conduits. A tactical adept vanished beneath the closing slabs, his body crushed from the waist down, while his hands continued clawing at the polished edge of the command table. The second shell struck above them. The ceiling bowed. Dust, wire, and strips of devotional parchment fell through the darkness. Somewhere behind Vaughn, a mortal officer began reciting the litany of true aim. His voice lasted until the third impact collapsed the western gallery and buried him beneath several hundred tons of armored stone. "Foundation vault," Vaughn ordered. He did not need to shout. His command entered the kill team's helms through a private channel, untouched by the roar destroying the bunker around them. Brother Dymas Thane raised his storm shield and drove towards the descending access stair. Rubble hammered against the relic plate, each impact loud enough to resemble artillery striking a cathedral door. Apothecary Rex followed, dragging Colonel Halvek by the webbing across his chest when a section of wall collapsed behind him. Halvek stumbled, regained his feet, and tore himself free. "I can walk." "Then do so," Rex replied. Brother Seraphian seized Major Kessel beneath one arm. The officer's boots dragged through dust and blood as the Blood Angel carried him down the stair. Magos Vanex descended on 6 clawed limbs, his robes trailing sparks where severed cables still hung from his body. The bunker's foundation vault had been designed to survive an orbital strike. The chamber above it did not. The stairwell twisted as the command level collapsed. Ferrocrete blocks crashed down behind the last Space Marine. Brother Hrothskeld turned and fired a burst from his bolt pistol into a fractured support brace. The detonations brought the remaining masonry down in a controlled avalanche, sealing the passage before the entire ceiling could follow them. Darkness swallowed the survivors. Emergency lumens awakened one by one. Their dull red glow revealed 37 mortals crowded inside the vault. Most wore command uniforms. Several bled from scalp wounds or ruptured ears. One signalman had been impaled through the abdomen by a length of reinforcing steel. He remained upright because the bar had pinned him to the wall. Halvek looked around. "Where are the others?" No one answered. The bunker's Auspex servitor did. "Command personnel registered before. Bombardment. 4,819. Current life sign confirmation. 44. The number changed. 43. A distant vibration traveled through the Foundation. The surviving mortals flinched. The Death Watch did not. Watch Captain Acastus Vaughn studied the vault's tactical cogitator. Most of its screens were dead. The few that remained showed the surrounding trench complex as a field of broken ruins. Thousands had occupied the defense works outside. Now the trenches were burning cuts across the earth. Ammunition stores had detonated beneath dugouts packed with infantry. Promethium from ruptured lines flowed through communication ditches, carrying men who burned as they tried to crawl. Several redoubts had collapsed inward, sealing entire companies beneath ferrocrete and soil. One picked feed still functioned. It showed the bunker yard where the Black Thunderhawk had landed. The gunship remained intact beneath drifting ash. Around it, everything else had been flattened. Vaughn looked towards Brother Techmarine Brannock Vare. Assessment. The strike pattern avoided the landing zone, Vare said. Probability of coincidence is negligible. Colonel Halvek wiped blood from his brow. He destroyed my command bunker to avoid scratching your aircraft. No, Vaughn said. He preserved our means of departure because he wishes us to use it. The surviving Vox relay crackled. It was the same relay through which the dead Deathwatch warrior had spoken. Every other communication system in the bunker had burned out or collapsed beneath the shelling. That single unit remained untouched, its brass casing polished, its signal rune glowing a steady green. Brother Kador raised his stalker pattern bolter towards it. Destroy it. Vare intercepted the order. Negative. The device may retain transmission traces. It also remains his voice. Then it is evidence. Kador's hood concealed most of his face, but his silence carried disapproval. Vare extended an interface spike from his gauntlet and connected it to the relay. Data moved between machine and warrior. His helm lenses narrowed. The artillery solutions were introduced through the planetary fire control noosphere. Munitorum authentication. Valid command seals. Compromised, Halvek asked. Replicated. He could have killed us, Seraphian said. Vaughn looked towards the picked feed. The Thunderhawk sat at the center of a perfect circle of undamaged ground. He intended us to understand that. They reached the surface through a maintenance shaft half an hour later. The command complex was gone. The bunker had become a crater filled with burning stone and bodies pressed flat beneath rubble. Soldiers moved through the smoke with shovels, cutters, and bare hands. They dug where they heard voices and stopped when the voices ceased. A guardsman knelt beside a trapped officer whose head and shoulders protruded from beneath a fallen wall. The officer was conscious. His chest was not visible, but blood flowed from under the rubble in a widening pool. "Lift it," he begged. 4 men strained against the ferrocrete. It did not move. The guardsman drew his las pistol. The officer stared at him. No. The shot burned through his eye. No one paused. Vaughn led the kill team towards the Thunderhawk. Its black hull was scarred from atmospheric fire, but otherwise undamaged. The ramp lowered at Vare's command. The Tech Marine entered first. He stopped before the inner threshold. Machine spirit response is corrupted. Vanex climbed after him, mechadendrites lifting like serpents tasting the air. Clarify. Vare connected himself to the gunship's diagnostic altar. Warning sigils multiplied across his retinal display. Primary systems report mutually exclusive conditions. Port engine claims fuel starvation and thermal excess simultaneously. Flight controls register the vessel as both grounded and in void transit. Targeting cogitator identifies every friendly beacon as hostile, then rejects all weapon discharge as sacrilege. Scrap code? Vaughn asked. No. The errors resemble legitimate maintenance instructions. Each command is individually plausible. Together, they create paralysis. Vanex emitted a burst of Binharik. The sound scraped across the gunship's interior like metal teeth. A servitor locked inside the maintenance alcove answered. Its head turned towards them. The flesh around its cranial ports had dried to brown leather. Someone had carved a thin line around its skull and resealed the incision with black wax. Installation record, Vare said. The servitor opened its mouth. Replacement unit received under Forge Auxiliary mandate. Fitted 73 days before present operation. Vaughn's expression did not change. Their mission had been authorized 12 days earlier. Vare tore the servitor from its mounting. Cables ruptured from its spine. Milky fluid and old blood splashed across the deck. The servitor continued speaking. Maintenance is worship. Worship is obedience. Obedience is access. Vare crushed its skull against the bulkhead. The voice stopped. He entered the Thunderhawk before we knew we were coming, Seraphian said. Or he knew before we did, Kador replied. Halvek stood outside the ramp, surrounded by the dead of his command. You need transport. Vaughn descended. Tracked. He has prepared for flight. Halvek pointed through the smoke towards the reserve motor pool. A Land Raider waited beneath camouflage netting blackened by ash. Its hull carried the old grey of Crusade armour, scarred by decades of deployment. Twin Lascanon assemblies flanked its armoured body. A hull-mounted heavy bolter covered the forward approach. Wax seals and parchment strips marked every major access hatch. That machine was held for the defence of the inner foundries, Halvek said. It is requisitioned. You speak as though the word creates another one. It does not. Halvek looked up at the Space Marine. Then understand what you are taking. I understand precisely. Vaughn turned to his warriors. Manufacturum Delta 9. Last confirmed transmission of Kill Team Orison. We advance overland. The Land Raider moved through the remains of the eastern salient. Vare drove from the armoured command throne, one gauntlet connected directly to the vehicle's machine systems. Vanex remained beside him, murmuring purification formulae into the engine's noospheric interface. The others occupied the troop bay in silence. Outside, Mordrath died by degrees. The Land Raider passed burning Lehman Russ tanks, whose crews had welded themselves inside during ammunition fires. Abandoned Medici crawlers stood beside the road, their rear hatches open and their floors dark with blood. Corpses lay stacked around them in orderly rows, boots removed, ammunition stripped, identity tags cut away for later accounting. Execution posts marked the retreat routes. Men hung from iron frames beneath placards naming their offences: cowardice, desertion, hoarding potable water, failure to advance. Some had been shot. Others remained alive, left for the ash winds to finish. Further east, an infantry formation advanced into its own artillery barrage. Thousands of guardsmen moved behind the rolling explosions, heads bowed beneath raining soil and fragments of their comrades. Officers waved swords and unit banners through the smoke. Men too slow to keep pace were struck by the next line of shells. Men too fast entered the traitor guns before the barrage reached them. The Land Raider drove between both deaths. "Contact trace," Skeld said. He stood near the assault ramp, helmet removed. His scarred face lifted slightly as he breathed through his nose. Grey hair had been bound behind his skull with a strip of leather. Small Fenrisian runes had been cut into his teeth. Vaughn looked towards him. "Define." "Oil, not from this vehicle. Old blood beneath it. Preservative compounds." Skeld inhaled again. "Ozone, teleport discharge." Ver checked the auspex. No confirmed return. Skeld bared one fang. "Your machine is blind." "The machine registers nothing because there is nothing to register." "There is always something to register. Your machine simply lacks the wit." Ver did not turn from the controls. Superstition expressed as sensory confidence remains superstition. Skeld stepped towards the forward compartment. "Stop." Vaughn gave the order to Ver. The Land Raider halted amid a field of burned corpses. Skeld descended through the assault ramp. The others followed. The wind carried ash in long black veils. Broken tanks lay half buried around them. Some had been Imperial. Others wore the desecrated markings of the stigmatus. Skeld knelt beside a patch of earth. A thin line of machine lubricant shone between the bodies. Beneath it lay a smear of preserved blood too dark to have spilled recently. He moved to the wreckage of a chimera and touched a scorched section of armor. His fingers came away with dust. Astartes. Rex crouched beside him. Confirmed. Trace compounds from sacred unguents used upon power armor. "Whose?" Vaughn asked. "Insufficient material." Skeld looked towards the distant manufactorum towers. "He built the trail for me. Oil for the machine men, blood for the healer, dead armor for us all." Thane rested his axe across one shoulder. "Then the carrion thing invites judgment." "It invites pursuit," Skeld said. "Those are not different acts." "A trap known is still a trap." Thane's voice hardened. "Awareness does not absolve us from entering it." "No," Vaughn said. "It changes how we enter." Manufactorum Delta 9 appeared alive. Smoke rose from its chimneys. Conveyor gantries moved between kilometers of iron buildings. Cargo haulers rolled along elevated rails, carrying artillery casings towards loading depots. Warning bells sounded at regular intervals. No sentries challenged the Land Raider. No labor overseers approached. The main gate stood open. Ver drove through. Inside, thousands of workers stood at their stations. None were alive. Metal spikes had been driven through their spines and fixed into production frames. Their boots rested on the deck. Their hands remained secured around tools. Electrodes entered their necks and temples. Every few seconds, current passed through the bodies. Dead arms lifted, dead hands closed. A corpse inserted a shell casing into a press. Another turned a wheel. A third pulled a lever with fingers stripped to bone. The production line continued around them. Thane stared through the Land Raider's firing slit. "Abomination," Vanex answered in a whisper of static. "Incorrect designation. Abomination implies purposeless corruption. This is deliberate misuse." The Land Raider stopped within the Central Assembly concourse. The Death Watch disembarked. No mortal voice sounded. Only the machinery spoke. Gears grinding, chains rattling, presses descending with bone-shaking force. A dead labourer turned towards Seraphian as current tightened the muscles in his neck. The man's jaw had been wired shut. His eyes were absent, replaced by copper contacts. Seraphian watched the corpse return to its work. He has preserved the output. Efficiency is insult, Vare said. They found the cogitator beneath the primary control dais. It had been constructed from human skulls. Dozens were fixed into a lattice of brass and steel, their upper craniums removed. Brains floated inside transparent bowls filled with yellow preservative. Cables entered the exposed tissue. Small pumps circulated blood substitute through neck stumps sealed in wax. The victims could not speak. They could react. When the production machinery required a new calculation, current passed through the lattice. Eyes rolled in skulls whose faces remained attached. Teeth chattered. One brain convulsed hard enough to strike the glass containing it. Vanex extended a mechadendrite into the machine. The nearest skull opened its eyes. Tears leaked down its cheeks. Minimal awareness persists, Vanex said. Pain response retained. Language centers degraded. Can they be freed? Seraphian asked. Vanex's lenses turned towards him. Define freedom. Vare raised his plasma gun. The shot reduced the cogitator to steam, bone splinters and molten brass. The manufactorum lights died. Emergency lumens awakened along a corridor leading deeper into the complex. Skeld looked towards them. The trail continues. The Central Assembly Cathedral had once been a place of industrial worship. Now 7 black armoured bodies hung above its altar. Kill Team Orison. Chains suspended them beneath the iron effigy of the Omnissiah. Their armour remained intact at first glance. Closer inspection revealed every cuirass opened along exact maintenance seams. Chest plates had been removed without damaging the locking mechanisms. Gorgets were cut apart with surgical precision. Rex approached the nearest corpse. His narthecium unfolded. Cervical progenoid absent. Thoracic progenoid absent. He moved to the next. Same. Sections of skull had been removed from several warriors. Neural tissue was missing. One corpse had been opened along the spine, the reinforced vertebrae separated and sections of the nervous system taken intact. Kador stopped beneath the last body. The dead warrior bore the winged sword of the Dark Angels. "Brother Malthus," he said. Vaughn heard the name. "You knew him." Kador looked up at the corpse. "We served together." "Where?" The Dark Angel did not answer. A Vox unit mounted beneath the altar activated. Malthus spoke through it. "Kador." The living Dark Angel raised his bolter. The dead voice continued. "You abandoned the vault beneath Karen's gate." Kador fired. The bolt destroyed the speaker. Another unit awakened behind them. "You swore silence before the inner circle." Kador turned and fired again. A third voice emerged from the cathedral ceiling. "You did not tell these brothers why Kill Team Orison came to Mordrath." Thane faced Kador. "What have you concealed?" "A lie assembled from stolen fragments." "Is it false?" Kador's silence answered too much. Vaughn stepped between them. "Phayzarus seeks division." "He has found secrecy," Thane replied. Every machine in the cathedral awakened. Hydraulic locks disengaged. Mining servitors emerged from alcoves beneath the assembly tiers. Their bodies had been reinforced with slabs of industrial armor. Breaching drills replaced arms. Rotary saws spun from shoulder mounts. Mining lasers charged with a rising electronic whine. "Formation!" Vaughn ordered. The Death Watch moved as one. Kador and Vare took the rear firing lanes. Rex remained within the center. Thane and Skeld advanced to meet the first wave. Seraphian ignited his jump pack and rose towards the overhead gantries. Vaughn's bolter fired Kraken penetrator rounds. The shells punched through industrial plate before detonating inside the servitors. Torsos burst. Preserved organs and machine components sprayed across the deck. Vare's plasma gun roared. A sphere of blue-white heat struck a mining servitor and erased its upper body. Molten metal splashed across those behind it, burning through armor and cooked flesh. A breaching drill struck Thane's storm shield. The impact drove him back half a step. His power axe descended. The energized blade split the servitor from shoulder to pelvis. Its machine core continued driving the halves forward until Skeld's chainsword tore through both. Above them, Seraphian landed upon a control gantry. His blade cut through cable bundles. The disconnected machinery spasmed, crushing 3 servitors beneath descending presses. Kador fired with measured precision. Each stalker round entered a cranial housing, command node, or exposed power coupling. He killed without wasted movement, ignoring Thane's repeated glances. The last servitor collapsed at Vaughn's feet. Silence returned. Then Rex spoke. "Watch, Captain." He knelt beneath the altar. An empty gene seed canister rested inside a recess. Its interior held a black iron disc, a teleportation homer. Vare's helm snapped towards the manufactorum entrance. "The Land Raider!" The homer flashed. There was no incoming translation. Something vanished. The Land Raider's reactor disappeared from its engine housing. Its ammunition stores followed, torn from the vehicle by a teleportation field so precise that the surrounding armor remained intact. The components reappeared several kilometers away. The Vox relay activated before the explosion. Halvek's voice burst through the channel. "Field Hospital Theta has suffered internal detonation. Reactor event. Emperor's blood. The wards are burning." Behind him came screaming. Thousands of voices. Medicaid personnel shouting evacuation orders. Wounded men trapped in restraint frames. Ammunition igniting among oxygen lines. Bodies burning where they lay because they had no limbs with which to crawl. The explosion reached Delta 9 as a distant pulse beneath the ground. Phayzarus spoke through the empty canister. "Mobility asset removed. Casualty response acquired. Emotional variance recorded." Rex crushed the homer in his fist. The screams continued through the Vox. Vaughn looked up at the hanging dead. Phayzarus had not merely known they would come. He had chosen what they would lose when they arrived. The hospital district burned beneath a sky the color of opened flesh. Manufactorum Delta 9 lay behind them, its dead laborers still turning wheels and pulling levers beneath the direction of murdered brains. Ahead, the field hospital designated Theta had become a crater ringed by collapsed medici tents, shattered transport crawlers, and men who could not understand why an Imperial war machine had materialized beneath their wounded. Kill Team Vaughn crossed the outer treatment lines on foot. The Land Raider's displaced reactor had detonated beneath the central surgical ward. The blast had thrown sheets of corrugated armor through adjoining tents and ruptured the buried promethium reservoirs feeding the sterilization furnaces. Burning fuel ran through the hospital's drainage channels, spreading beneath canvas wards packed with men too injured to flee. A guardsman without legs dragged himself through it. His palms slapped against the blood-slick ground. Strips of skin peeled from his fingers as he pulled his body forward. The field dressing around his waist had burned away, leaving loops of bowel trailing through ash and fuel behind him. "Help me," he gasped. No one did. A medici orderly ran past carrying an ammunition case. A priest followed with his robes aflame, striking burning patients with a metal staff as he shouted the Emperor's benediction for the dying. The staff crushed skulls more quickly than the fire consumed them. Brother Hrothskeld watched the legless soldier crawl until the flames reached his exposed organs. "He chose that one," the Space Wolf said. Watch Captain Acastus Vaughn did not slow. He chose all of them. A Medici pavilion collapsed nearby. Its support poles buckled inward, trapping the wounded beneath burning fabric. Men screamed from restraint cots. One patient clawed at the canvas until his fingertips burst. Another attempted to rise on a shattered spine and folded backwards across his own pelvis. Brother Seraphian turned his helm towards the sound. The Blood Angel's breathing remained controlled, but Vaughn heard the slight change through the squad channel. Blood saturated the air. It ran in channels between the tents and steamed upon the hot ground. Seraphian could smell every wounded artery, every ruptured lung, every living heart racing towards failure. "Maintain discipline," Vaughn said. "I am disciplined." The reply came too quickly. Brother Dimas Thane struck a burning support beam aside with his storm shield. Beneath it lay 3 guardsmen crushed together. One still lived. The Black Templar bent, seized the man by his webbing and dragged him free. The soldier screamed when the movement pulled broken ribs through his chest. Thane placed him against an overturned supply crate. "Your service is witnessed." The guardsman stared at the giant black-armored warrior. "Our hospital," he whispered. "Your tank." Thane rose without answering. A line of frightened infantry had formed near the crater. They carried laser guns, autoguns, and scavenged weapons taken from the dead. Most wore blood-stained hospital wrappings over their uniforms. An officer stood before them with a bolt pistol raised, shouting for order. The men were looking at the death watch. One lifted his laser gun. The officer shot him through the temple. The soldier fell without firing. The others recoiled as blood sprayed across their faces. "Hold your damned weapons," the officer roared. "They are the Emperor's angels." "They killed the wards," someone answered. "The heretic killed them." "With their machine." The officer turned his pistol towards the speaker, but could not identify him. Vaughn approached. The line broke before he reached it. Guardsmen stepped aside, staring up at his black plate and silvered arm. Their fear was not reverence. Reverence required distance and safety. These men saw only the markings that had been burned into pieces of armor scattered across the crater. Vaughn's vox clicked. Phayzarus spoke through the external grille of a dead Medici monitor. "Deviation remains below projected threshold." Vaughn stopped. The monitor rested beside a cot containing a corpse burned to the shape of a child, though the body had belonged to a grown man before the fire contracted it. Its display still showed a heartbeat. The mortal casualty event produced increased respiratory activity in Seraphian. Phayzarus continued. "Elevated aggression in Thane. Olfactory fixation in Skeld. No measurable alteration in command priority from Vaughn." Skeld drew his bolt pistol. Vaughn raised one gauntlet. "Do not." The monitor speaker crackled. "Instruction? Answer." Vaughn remained silent. Silence interpreted as controlled hostility. Data remains valid. Several nearby guardsmen heard the voice. They retreated from the monitor as though it carried plague. "You placed the reactor beneath a hospital to observe us," Vaughn said at last. "Correction. I placed a reactor beneath a population of damaged biological assets. The designation hospital possesses no mechanical relevance. You required thousands of deaths to measure hesitation. I required a sufficiently visible consequence. Lesser expenditure might have been dismissed." Thane stepped towards the monitor. "Show yourself, carrion construct. You are already proceeding towards me." The heartbeat display stopped. The monitor died. Vaughn turned to Magos Dominus Orest Vanex. "Trace." Vanek stood amid the smoke on 6 jointed limbs. Mechadendrites extended from beneath his robes and connected to a ration dispenser, a shell tally unit, and a devotional projector bolted to a nearby command post. Binharic pulses passed through the machines. The ration dispenser shuddered and issued a measure of grey nutrient paste onto the ground. Observation architecture is distributed, Vanek said. The perjurer has nested surveillance code within civilian and military substrates. Extent? Ver asked. The Iron Hand had opened an access panel in the field hospital's surviving cogitator spine. His servo arm held the bent plate aside while interface cables entered the ports along his wrist. Vanex's lenses brightened. Ration dispensers, ammunition counters, medical monitors, servitor command nodes, atmospheric sensors, devotional projection systems, manufacturum output cogitators, motor pool diagnostics, water purification governors. Halvek's voice came through Vaughn's helm from several kilometers away, distorted by static. Can you remove it? Vanex emitted a burst of machine code. The nearby devotional projector awakened. A pale image of the Emperor appeared above the burning hospital, one hand raised in judgment. The image flickered, becoming Phayzarus's skeletal outline for a fraction of a second before returning to the Emperor. Removal requires noospheric excision, Vanex said. Projected consequence, planetary production failure, armor immobilization, interruption of medical supply, munitions accounting collapse, and loss of command synchronization. So he watches us, Halvek said, or we blind ourselves. Accurate. Ver tore his cables free. Then we operate beneath observation and provide false data. Skeld snorted. You speak as though every machine is not already whispering our footfalls. Machines do not whisper. They do when afraid. Before Ver could answer, a new signal cut through the command channel. It carried Deathwatch encryption. Priority distress, Astartes Authority, Basilica of Iron Martyrs. This is Captain Raylos. Crimson Fists. We are encircled. 43 Battle Brothers remain. Apothecarian stores compromised. Gene seed recovery incomplete. Static swallowed the transmission, then released it. Enemy closing through the western transept. Immediate reinforcement required. In the Emperor's name, answer. Apothecary Corvin Rex accessed the signal through his Narthesium. Authentication seals are valid. Ver studied the encryption. Cipher sequence corresponds to current Crimson Fists issue. Can Phayzarus replicate it? Vaughn asked. Given sufficient access. He possesses sufficient access, Kador said. The Dark Angel stood apart from the others, his hood blackened by ash. He had said little since the voice of Brother Malthus accused him within Delta 9. Thane looked towards the Basilica's distant spires, visible beyond burning hab blocks. 43 brothers. Possibly none, Skeld said. Possibility does not diminish obligation. It diminishes stupidity. The Black Templar turned upon him. Call duty stupidity again. Skeld's scarred face hardened into something almost amused. Duty? No. Running into the same snare because the bait knows your prayers. That is stupidity. Vaughn ended the argument. We answer. Kador inclined his head. You judge the signal genuine? I judge the cost of ignoring it unacceptable. Rex locked his reductor into place upon his gauntlet. If there is recoverable gene seed, I will not leave it. That, Skeld said, is what the machine wants you to say. The Basilica of Iron Martyrs rose above the hospital district, like the blackened crown of a dead hive. Its towers were formed from interlocking cannon barrels, and statues of armored saints. Thousands of artillery shells had been mortared into the outer walls, each casing engraved with the name of a martyred gun crew. Smoke poured from shell holes in the roof, yet no enemy banners flew from the parapets. The great bronze doors stood open. Kill Team Vaughn entered in tactical formation. Vaughn and Thane held the center. Kador and Ver covered the flanks. Skeld moved ahead, pausing at every side chapel to test the air. Seraphion watched the galleries above. Rex remained behind the forward pair, his Narthesium unfolded. No bolter fire answered them. No wounded Crimson Fist called for aid. The nave extended beneath a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow. Pews of black iron formed strict ranks before an altar carved from the armor of a dead Titan. Candles burned along both walls, their flames steady despite the holes in the roof. The Crimson Fists knelt before the altar. 43 Space Marines. Their cobalt armor had been washed clean. Each warrior rested upon both knees, back straight, severed helm held between his gauntlets. Their heads remained upon their shoulders, eyes closed, faces colorless. Not one breathed. Rex approached the nearest. His auspex passed across the corpse. Dead for more than one day. The transmission claimed they were alive, Thane said. Then the transmission lied. Transparent vessels hung from chains above the dead. Pale organs floated inside preservative fluid. Every container had been labeled with a chapter designation, battlefield date, and specimen number. Rex looked up. Progenoids. He reached for the nearest vessel. Vaughn caught his wrist. Scan first. Rex's Narthesium emitted a narrow beam. His posture stiffened. Artificial tissue. Cultivated human glandular matter. None are viable. Decoys, Ver said. No, Skeld murmured. Bells. The iron doors slammed shut behind them. Magnetic locks engaged beneath the nave. Something moved in the darkness above. Seraphion raised his bolter. Phayzarus descended from the rafters. 6 stabilizing limbs unfolded beneath his robes and drove hooked feet into the basilica walls. He moved head first like a vast metal parasite, then rotated his body and dropped to an upper gallery. The bones of subversion enclosed him in blackened armor and lattices of artificial muscle. Tubes filled with stolen blood pulsed beneath translucent membranes. Brass pistons flexed along his spine. Surgical limbs rose around his shoulders, one carrying the improvised reductor still marked with dried tissue. His damaged face had repaired since the Canticle of Ruin. The joins remained visible, thin silver scars across a metal skull. Kill Team Vaughn, he said. Formation confirmed. Thane raised his storm shield. Come down and be judged. Phayzarus's lenses contracted. Judgment is a conclusion formed without adequate data. A long weapon unfolded from beneath his robes. The conversion beamer began to charge. Disperse, Vaughn ordered. Phayzarus fired. The white discharge crossed the full length of the nave. Distance fed its destructive transformation. The beam expanded into a sphere of blinding force and struck the pillar beside Thane. Stone ceased to exist. The blast threw the Black Templar through 2 rows of iron pews. Rex disappeared behind falling masonry. The cathedral roof groaned as the shattered support transferred its weight to neighboring columns. Vaughn fired. Kraken rounds crossed the nave and detonated against Phayzarus's breastplate. Armor chips spun away. Artificial muscle burst beneath one impact, spraying dark fluid across the gallery. Phayzarus did not retreat. He moved laterally on his stabilizing limbs, keeping the longest possible distance between himself and the Death Watch. Advance by divided axis, Vaughn ordered. Kador, suppress. Weapon systems. Ver, left. Thane, center. Skeld with me. The kill team moved. Kador's stalker pattern bolter cracked once. The shell struck the conversion beamer's suspensor assembly. A brass housing shattered, pitching the weapon downward. Phayzarus' secondary arm cut the damaged linkage free before it could restrict him. Dark Angel target selection pattern confirmed. He fired again. The beam struck the floor between Vaughn and Skeld. Stone erupted upward in molten fragments. Vaughn rolled behind a pillar. Skeld leapt across a line of pews, chainsword in hand. A voice entered Thane's helm. Vaughn's voice. "Templar, advance. Immediate execution priority." Thane surged from cover. The real Vaughn heard nothing of the false command until the Black Templar was already charging down the central aisle. "Thane, hold. I obey your first command." "I gave no first command." Phayzarus fired a short-range pulse. At reduced distance, the conversion beam lacked its maximum destructive force, but it struck Thane's storm shield hard enough to spin him sideways. The Black Templar smashed through the kneeling corpse of a crimson fist, breaking the dead warrior's spine and scattering armor across the floor. Vaughn changed course to support him. The Perjurer had anticipated that as well. Explosive charges beneath the pews detonated in sequence, forcing Vaughn into the western aisle and separating him from Thane behind a wall of burning iron. Skeld vaulted the obstruction. His chainsword struck a fallen column. The weapon locked against the stone. Magnetic coils embedded within the masonry, activated with enough force to wrench the blade from his hand. The chainsword remained pinned to the column, its teeth still moving. Skeld drew his bolt pistol. Phayzarus spoke through the weapon's Vox receiver. "Space Wolf preference for direct pursuit. Confirmed." Skeld fired at him. "Confirm this." Bolts hammered the gallery. Phayzarus dropped from it and landed upon 4 stabilizing limbs. The conversion beamer retracted as energized talons unfolded from both primary arms. Vare was waiting. The Iron Hand had ignored the central jewel. He had moved through the side chapels, using the basilica's architecture to close without crossing the Perjurer's fire lanes. His plasma gun glowed with contained stellar heat. "Target acquired." Phayzarus turned. Vare fired at point-blank range. Blue-white plasma engulfed the Magos. The blast tore through his chest. Black armor liquefied. Synthetic muscle vaporized. Internal mechanisms burst from his back and struck the altar in burning pieces. One stabilizing limb spun away, severed at the hip. Phayzarus staggered. Half his torso had become an open cavity. Within it rotated cogitator drums, piston bundles and artificial organs suspended in fluid sacs. A section of reinforced spine glowed red from the heat. Tubes ruptured, pouring stolen blood onto the cathedral floor. Vare advanced. "Your mechanical redundancy is inferior." Phayzarus looked down at the wound. "Damage exceeds prior projection." Vare raised the plasma gun again. Correction acknowledged. The Perjurer moved. He crossed the distance before the weapon could complete its recharge cycle. Energized talons struck the plasma gun aside. A secondary limb closed around Vare's throat, while another seized the servo arm rising from his back. The Iron Hand drove an augmetic fist into Phayzarus's ruined chest. Metal collapsed. Phayzarus tightened his grip. Artificial muscles convulsed along the bones of subversion. Cables drew taut. His damaged torso began knitting itself around Vare's embedded fist, trapping the gauntlet inside layers of contracting tissue and mechanical wire. Vare's servo arm closed upon the Magos' skull. Phayzarus tore it from its mounting. The entire assembly came free in a burst of sparks, lubricants, and blood. Ver stumbled as cables ripped from the ports along his spine. Phayzarus caught his left arm. Ver braced, locked his stance and drove power through the augmetic limb. The perjurer applied force in the opposite direction. Metal shrieked. The shoulder joint failed first. Armor split around it. Pistons punched through the black plate. The augmetic arm tore free with part of Ver's shoulder, exposing cables, reinforced bone, and dark arterial blood beneath the machine components. Ver did not scream. He struck Phayzarus with his remaining hand. The blow dented the Magos' face. Pain response suppressed, Phayzarus said. Motor impairment severe. Flesh is... Phayzarus drove a talon through Ver's abdomen. The words ended in static. Vaughn breached the burning pews. Concentrated fire! Bolters roared. Kraken rounds tore into Phayzarus from 3 directions. Kador struck the beamer mount. Seraphian's fire shredded 2 stabilizing limbs. Thane hurled his power axe, the spinning blade cutting through a surgical arm and burying itself in the Magos' shoulder. Rex fired his bolt pistol into the open cavity in Phayzarus' chest. The detonation threw mechanisms across the altar. Phayzarus recoiled beneath the barrage, Ver still impaled upon his talon. "Release him," Rex ordered. The perjurer's remaining limbs closed around the iron hand. A black disc beneath the altar flashed. Vaughn recognized the teleportation marker. "Destroy the Homer." Kador fired. The shot arrived a fraction too late. Crimson warp light erupted around Phayzarus and Ver. The air screamed. Shadows twisted across the nave as something vast moved beyond reality's skin. Rex lunged. His gauntlet closed around Ver's outstretched hand. For an instant, Apothecary and Tech Marine remained connected. Then Translation Force tore Ver away. Rex's fingers closed on empty air. The teleportation field collapsed, leaving a circle of blackened stone and the smell of burned blood. Silence entered the basilica. Thane retrieved his axe from the wreckage. Skeld tore his chainsword free from the dead magnetic coil. Vaughn stared at the place where Ver had vanished. Above them, the artificial progenoids swung slowly upon their chains. Far from Mordrath, within the lightless operating vaults of the Anatomist of Empires, Brother Brannock Ver regained consciousness. His remaining arm was secured above his head. His severed shoulder had been connected to a transparent reservoir filled with his own circulating blood. The servo arm torn from his back hung nearby, opened into labelled components. Phayzarus stood over him. The Magos' ruined chest repaired itself one cable at a time. "At what precise point," he asked, "does iron begin to fear disassembly?" Brother Brannock Ver awoke without a body. He possessed sight, though his eyes reported only darkness. He possessed hearing, though the sounds arrived through channels too precise to be organic. The pulse of pumps, the minute rasp of surgical teeth, the whisper of fluids passing through transparent tubing. He attempted to move his right arm. Nothing answered. His left arm was gone. He remembered Phayzarus tearing it from the shoulder inside the Basilica of Iron Martyrs. He remembered the sensation as a cascade of failure reports. Locking pins sheared, servo bundles ruptured, augmetic nerve spines disconnected, followed by the hot biological outrage of flesh beneath iron. His right arm still existed. It simply belonged to someone else. "Motor impulse detected," Phayzarus said. Light entered Ver's vision. It arrived gradually, filtered through a red haze. The operating vault resolved around him in layers. Black iron walls, suspended instruments, glass reservoirs filled with blood, racks holding armor components arranged according to function. Ver hung upright within a surgical frame. Hydraulic restraints held his remaining wrist. both ankles and the thick plates of his torso. His right leg had been stripped of armor from thigh to foot. His left remained enclosed in Deathwatch black, though the greave had been opened and spread apart along its maintenance seams. His severed arm hung nearby. Phayzarus had dismantled it. The gauntlet, forearm pistonry, elbow assembly, and upper limb plating rested upon separate trays. Each component bore a parchment label written in machine-perfect Gothic. Fragments of Vare's flesh remained caught between some of the parts. The servo arm torn from his back had suffered the same treatment. Its sacred mechanisms lay exposed beneath lumen globes, every cable separated, every joint opened. Phayzarus had arranged the components with the reverence of a tech priest preparing a relic for consecration. There was no reverence in him, only appetite. The Magos stood before Vare beneath the operating lumens. The damage inflicted by the plasma gun had not been repaired completely. One side of the bones of subversion remained open, revealing a cage of blackened ribs fashioned from metal and synthetic bone. Artificial muscles grew between them in twitching red bundles. Mechanical fibers crawled across gaps in his chest, weaving themselves together around rotating organs and piston-driven hearts. Several surgical limbs emerged from his back. One adjusted the stimulant flowing into Vare's neck. Another held open a section of the iron hand's exposed thigh, keeping muscle and augmetic fiber separated. Consciousness stability exceeds expectation, Phayzarus said. Useful. Vare attempted to access his armor. No response. He invoked the internal right by thought alone, sending the familiar command towards the black carapace interface beneath his skin. Silence. You severed the armor communion. I isolated it. You have profaned a consecrated warplate. Phayzarus's lenses shifted towards the armor sections hanging from hooks behind him. The machine remains functional. Profanation is a theological designation, not a mechanical state. The machine spirit knows violation. Then it should have resisted. Vare stared at him. You mistake access for mastery. I mistake nothing. A cutting instrument descended towards Vare's exposed thigh. Its blade was narrow enough to divide nerve fiber without damaging adjacent tissue. Phayzarus placed it against the border where pale flesh met an augmetic reinforcement lattice. My objective is boundary identification. You will learn only that flesh is weak. That conclusion is already present within your doctrinal architecture. I intend to test whether you believe it. The blade entered him. Vare's jaw locked. He felt the incision as pressure before pain arrived. The instrument passed between bundles of enhanced muscle, avoiding major vessels with exacting care. It reached the interface node beneath his femur and began separating biological nerves from the metal contact filaments fused around them. The pain was bright and immediate. His heart accelerated. Phayzarus watched the readings projected across a hovering response magnitude. Significant. Meaningless input, Vare said. Then identify the removed component. A surgical limb withdrew a black sliver of metal from his thigh. Vare tasted iron in his mouth. Secondary proprioceptive relay. Function. Balance correction under armor load. Pain relevance. None. Phayzarus placed the relay upon a tray. The blade returned. This time it entered beside Vare's spine. He felt the instrument pass through scar tissue laid down during his induction into the iron hands. It touched an interface cluster and severed one link at a time. His right foot vanished from his awareness. It remained attached. He could see it restrained below him, yet his mind no longer recognized it as part of himself. Component? Phayzarus asked. Peripheral motor nexus. Pain relevance? Vare's teeth ground together. None. The perjurer continued. He removed a pressure regulator from beneath Ver's ribcage. He detached an augmetic filter from the lower lung. He severed the feedback link controlling the reinforcement mesh around the pelvis. Each removal produced a different agony. Some were sharp enough to become white across Ver's sight. Others spread slowly, deep within the body, until every breath dragged barbed wire through his organs. Phayzarus demanded identification after each cut. Ver answered. He named the mechanisms in the language of the forge. He recited their function, maintenance requirements, and blessed lineage. He denied the meaning of every pain signal. The flesh reports damage, Phayzarus said. The flesh complains. The distinction is linguistic. The distinction is will. Phayzarus paused. Behind him, a suspended cogitator began compiling the exchange. Brass styluses scratched words onto parchment, while skull-faced data cherubs observed Ver through dead glass eyes. Will, Phayzarus repeated. An organic mechanism declaring itself superior to organic mechanism. You cannot understand will. I have consumed warriors who made the same assertion. The surgical frame rotated. Ver's back faced the ceiling. Armored clamps opened around his upper spine. He felt cold air touch the scard. Tissue surrounding the armor interface ports embedded along his vertebrae. Phayzarus leaned over him. The black carapace translates intention into movement. Armor becomes an extension of the Astartes nervous system. Machine and flesh cease to possess a meaningful boundary. That truth is not yours. All truth becomes mine when adequately dissected. A cluster of needles entered the exposed ports. Ver tried to withdraw. The restraints tightened. Direct current flooded his spine. He was inside his armor again. The illusion was flawless. He felt the weight of black ceramite around him. His helm sealed. Target runes appeared across his vision. His missing arm returned as an augmetic certainty, fingers closing around the grip of his plasma gun. The basilica of iron martyrs stood before him. Phayzarus waited at the end of the nave. Ver fired. The plasma gun exploded in his hands. His restored arm vanished beneath blue fire. Pain tore through him. The scene reset. He stood inside the basilica again. The arm returned. A cutting blade descended from the darkness and severed it at the elbow. The scene reset. The arm returned. A hydraulic press crushed it from fingertips to shoulder, compacting metal, bone, and flesh into a single mass. The scene reset. The arm returned. Phayzarus removed it with the reductor, one connection at a time. Ver knew the experience was false. His body did not. His heart's hammered. His muscles strained against the frame. Sweat formed beneath the remaining sections of black carapace. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. The scene reset again. "Cease," Ver said. The blade began cutting. "Cease." The word escaped before Doctrine could stop it. The illusion vanished. Ver returned to the operating vault. Phayzarus stood beside him, recording the command. Threshold identified. Ver drew breath through clenched teeth. "You manipulated corrupted sensory data. I produced an involuntary rejection response. You proved the nervous system can be deceived. I proved you fear what the nervous system reports." Ver attempted to spit at him. His mouth was too dry. "Flesh is weak." Phayzarus leaned closer. "Then why do you protect yours with iron?" On Mordreth Secundus, Brother Tech Marine Brannock Ver ordered the destruction of the 14th Armored Cohort. The command arrived through validated Deathwatch channels. It carried his identity seal, machine cant signature, and authority cipher. It instructed the formation to leave the shelter of the Carthax foundry walls and advance towards an ammunition depot under attack by Stigmatus infiltrators. Colonel Joran Halvek received the first casualty report 23 minutes later. The cohort entered a valley between refinery stacks. Concealed traitor artillery opened fire from both sides. The lead Lehman Russ tanks were destroyed before they could turn their turrets. The vehicles behind attempted to reverse, only to discover that demolition charges had brought down the road at their rear. The killing lasted 9 minutes. When the final signal ended, 287 tanks were burning in the valley. The next order diverted 6 ammunition trains towards regiments that no longer existed. The trains crossed the Western Manufacturing Belt beneath valid Munitorum escort codes. Stigmatus raiders waited at the receiving depots. They killed the crews, seized the munitions, and turned the captured guns upon the Charnel Line before Imperial Command understood what had happened. Then the void shields over Hive Saradan deactivated. The command bore Vare's encryption. Traitor bombers arrived 11 seconds later. Halvek watched the Hive disappear beneath fire. The tactical chamber he now occupied had once been a shell accounting station. Ammunition tallies covered the walls in vertical columns, each figure representing enough explosive force to erase a city block. The hololithic display flickered above the central table. Imperial formations vanished from it faster than adepts could update their condition. 3rd Reserve Division is moving east, Major Kessel said. I ordered it south. They received amended instructions. From whom? Kessel's throat amplifier crackled. Brother Vare. Halvek looked at the rune representing the Iron Hand. It still glowed upon the Death Watch roster. He is a prisoner. The command seals are authentic. Then authenticity has become another enemy weapon. A staff officer approached carrying a slate. Colonel, the 91st requests confirmation of withdrawal. Denied. They have already begun. By whose order? Yours. Halvek took the slate. His signature marked the bottom. The cadence of the command resembled his own. Even the reference to the Emperor's light was one he had used in previous orders. He broke the slate across the table. Kill the command network. Kessel stared at him. Colonel? Shut it down. All Nuspheric orders are invalid. All Vox instructions are suspect. Return to sealed parchment, signal lamps, and runners. That will slow response across the entire front. It will slow lies as well. The order passed through the surviving headquarters. Vox officers disconnected transmitters. Cogitator terminals were sealed beneath wax and chains. Signal towers lit great coloured lamps across the trench belts, their flashes obscured by smoke and artillery. Runners carried command slates through bombardments. Most did not arrive. One officer crossed 3 kilometers of open ground with withdrawal orders chained to his wrist. An Earthshaker shell cut him in half. His lower body continued 3 paces before collapsing. Another runner reached a command dugout only to discover every soldier inside dead from gas. Halvek watched entire divisions fade from the display. Without the noosphere, reports arrived late or not at all. Formations fought battles that command believed had ended. Artillery continued firing upon positions abandoned hours earlier. Tanks waited for fuel trains already burning beyond the horizon. Yet the false orders slowed. Phayzarus had lost his most efficient voice. Magos Vanex stood within the principal forge temple of Mordrath and prepared to murder 1,000,000 machines. The temple's data vaults rose around him in towering black cylinders. Each contained centuries of production rights, pattern archives, labor records, weapon specifications, and sacred maintenance sequences. Servitors filled the galleries between them. Tens of thousands were linked to the noosphere. Some retained only enough mind to process one calculation. Others served as memory vessels. their skulls swollen around implanted cogitator cores. Vanex connected himself to the central altar. Binharic hymns flooded the temple. The machine spirits answered in layered pulses of devotion, confusion, and pain. Phayzarus's corruption existed among them like mold within bread. Observation programs clung to medical monitors, shell counters, ration engines, and furnace governors. Some had been present for months. Others had replicated themselves only after the Death Watch arrived. Complete removal was impossible. Amputation remained. Vanex opened the planetary isolation protocols. Warnings filled his vision. Sacred archives would be erased. Servitor mines would burn. Production would cease in entire Forge districts. The Forge temple's presiding priests transmitted objections in furious machine code. Vanex overrode them. By the Omnissiah's unbroken equation, he declared, corruption is severed before it reaches the core. He initiated the purge. The first data vault died with a sound like thunder. Its internal memory stacks burned white. Centuries of weapons patterns vanished in less than a heartbeat. Thousands of linked servitors convulsed as the noospheric current reversed through their cranial implants. They screamed. The sound spread across the galleries. Machine thralls tore at their restraint frames. Smoke poured from eye sockets and mouth grills. One servitor struck its own head against a console until bone collapsed around the burning cogitator within. Vanex disconnected another sector. More screams joined the first. Production lines stopped across Mordrath. Artillery presses froze halfway through shaping shells. Tank engines died inside assembly bays. Nutrient pumps ceased feeding labor hives. The priests around Vanex wailed in Binharic grief. He continued. Necessary amputation, he said, as another archive burned. Inside the Anatomist of Empires, Phayzarus opened Vea's thoracic cavity. The Iron Hand remained conscious. Retractors held his reinforced ribs apart. His hearts beat beneath a web of tubes carrying stimulant, anticoagulant, and artificial oxygen. Several minor organs had been displaced so the perjurer could reach the progenoid embedded within the chest. Vea's vision dimmed at the edges. You will gain fragments, he said. Nothing more. Fragments accumulate. You will not become Astartes. I do not seek regression. The reductor closed around the gland. Vea's primary heart accelerated. Phayzarus withdrew the progenoid intact. It rested between steel pincers, pale and wet beneath the operating light. The grinding aperture opened beneath the Magos's chest. Vea watched his genetic legacy disappear into black teeth. The gland ruptured. Phayzarus convulsed. Information entered him without sequence. Deathwatch armor writes. The smell of machine oil inside Watch Fortress Eriok. Kill Team Vaughn advancing through the basilica. Skeld laughing at Vea's contempt for instinct. Thane kneeling before battle, chains wrapped around his weapon. Seraphian cleaning blood from his gauntlets in silence. Kador refusing a question. Rex sealing progenoid canisters beneath red wax. Vaughn restructuring a formation after an unexpected loss. Access phrases, maintenance cant, deployment habits. A chamber of silver machines suspended in orbit above Mordrath. The St. Drusus Ascendant. Thousands of progenoids held within stasis. The memories broke apart before Phayzarus could pursue them. His cogitators seized the fragments, comparing them against knowledge taken from earlier prey. Incomplete data became pattern. Pattern became prediction. Vea's hearts faltered. Phayzarus looked down at him. The next specimen will require less preparation. Vea forced one final breath into his lungs. The flesh fails. Yes, Phayzarus said, but first it teaches. At the Basilica of Iron Martyrs, Vaughn listened while Rex described the dependency. The apothecary stood among the kneeling crimson fists, his gauntlet stained with preservative fluid from the false progenoids. His graft imitates the omophagia, Rex said, but it is unstable, artificial. It requires repeated exposure to viable genetic material. Progenoids, Vaughn said. Intact progenoids. Without them, his strength, regenerative function, and memory absorption degrade. Skeld looked towards the empty space where Ver had vanished. So the carrion thing must feed. Yes. Thane tightened the chain around his axe. Then bait the beast. Vaughn studied the suspended vessels above them. The greatest repository in this theatre. Rex understood first. The St. Drusus Ascendant. Cador turned towards him. The orbital apothecarian fortress. It holds the crusade tithe, Rex said. Gene seed from multiple chapters. Enough to sustain Phayzarus for years. We prepare a false transfer, Vaughn said. Limit knowledge to this kill team and the fortress master. Draw him into a controlled vault. Remove his teleportation markers. Destroy him at close range. Skeld gave a humorless smile. At last, a hunt. The Basilica Vox awakened. Fleet command filled the channel. Priority alert. Orbital Fortress St. Drusus Ascendant has opened fire upon Imperial vessels. Command officers unresponsive. Defense batteries under hostile control. Rex looked at Vaughn. The transmission continued. Internal pict feeds confirm multiple garrison casualties. Unidentified intruder advancing towards the central gene vault. For the first time since entering Mordrath's atmosphere, Vaughn felt the shape of Phayzarus's design outrun his own. The perjurer had not waited to be baited. He had eaten the location from Ver's dying mind. Above Mordrath, the fortress turned its lance arrays upon the Imperial fleet. The St. Drusus Ascendant opened fire upon its own fleet. Its first lance strike cut through the light cruiser Pride of Antor from prow to stern. The beam passed through layered void shields, armor decks, crew compartments, and plasma conduits in a single sustained incision of white fire. For the space of one heartbeat, the cruiser remained whole. Then its spine broke. The vessel divided into two burning halves. Atmosphere erupted from the wound in glittering storms of ice, debris, and bodies. Thousands of men tumbled into the void, many still alive within the final seconds, before pressure loss froze the moisture across their eyes and tongues. The fortress fired again. Macro cannon batteries mounted along its armored equator thundered in sequence. Shells the size of hab blocks crossed the darkness. One struck the escort frigate's Sword of Penance below its bridge. Armor plates folded inward. Internal decks collapsed through one another. The frigate rolled from formation with its engines still burning, trailing frozen corpses and molten metal. Watch Captain Acastus Vaughn watched the destruction through the forward oculus of the assault ram. The St. Drusus Ascendant filled half the view. It was not a station in the mortal sense. It was a fortress monastery cast into orbit, an ancient reliquary of black iron, silver towers, and weapon batteries arranged around a central body kilometers across. Buttresses projected into the void like the ribs of a dead leviathan. Chapel spires rose between lance turrets. Armoured statues of apothecaries and martyred battle brothers stood along its hull, each larger than a titan. At its core rested the genetic legacy of crusading chapters. Progenoid tithes gathered from distant war zones slept within stasis. Surgical theatres waited for wounded Astartes who would never reach their own fortress monasteries. Reliquary crypts held Narthesia, reductor blades, Gene vault seals and armor taken from brothers whose bodies awaited reclamation. The Imperial Navy could not destroy it. Every gun captain knew where the gene vault lay. Every enemy aboard knew the same. Fleet Command request authorization to cripple the primary batteries, said Kador. The Dark Angel stood beside the assault ram's forward hatch, one gauntlet locked around a restraint bar. His stalker pattern bolter rested against his chest. Denied, Rex said. The apothecary's answer carried more force than a shouted command. They will risk a dozen ships rather than the vault, Vaughn said. They will risk 100. Vaughn did not look at him. And if the fortress destroys them all? Rex's helm turned towards the watch captain. Then they will have died preserving what cannot be replaced. Skeld gave a low growl through the squad channel. The dead would take comfort in that. They require no comfort. The assault ram shuddered as defense fire passed nearby. Warning sigils flooded the pilot servitor's display. The lobotomized thing worked the controls with 4 skeletal arms, its jaw moving through a silent litany as attack craft swarmed around them. Imperial Fury interceptors crossed the fortress's outer guns in disciplined squadrons. Starhawk bombers followed beneath them, releasing torpedoes towards weapon emplacements rather than the armored core. Defense turrets rotated with machine precision. Streams of shells cut fighters apart. One Fury disintegrated against the fortress's void shields, its wreckage spreading across the barrier in a brief flower of fire. A squadron of Thunderbolts passed directly above the ram. 2 vanished beneath a laser sweep. The third continued its attack alone. Impact course fixed, Vaughn said. Prepare. The assault ram accelerated. Its engines drove it through a cloud of frozen bodies vented from a breached defense monitor. Men struck the armored prow and shattered like statues of brittle glass. Helmets, limbs and fragments of ribcage spun away behind them. The St. Drusus Ascendant grew until the oculus showed nothing but black armor and silver reliefs. The ram struck. Its adamantium prow smashed through the fortress's outer plating. Explosive charges detonated around the impact point, widening the breach as the vessel buried itself within a maintenance district. Vaughn felt the deceleration through his armor. Mortal bones would have broken. The Death Watch remained standing. Breach established, he said. The forward hatch blew outward. There was no air beyond it. Vaughn crossed the threshold as his maglocks engaged. His boot struck the deck with a metallic concussion. Warning runes confirmed hard vacuum, lethal cold and intermittent radiation. The squad followed, each warrior becoming a black-armored shadow against the emergency lumens. The maintenance district had opened directly onto the void. Half the outer wall was gone. Corpses drifted among severed conduits, shell casings and machinery ripped from its mountings. A robed adept turned slowly above the deck with both hands frozen around his own throat. His eyes remained open. Blood crystals floated around his face. Something crawled across the outer hull beyond him. A maintenance servitor moved on 6 mechanical limbs, its flesh rigid with cold. Tools had been replaced by hooked claws. It dragged itself upside down along the armor, searching for entry points. More followed. Dozens clung to the fortress exterior like carrion parasites. Their torsos had been opened and reinforced with metal ribs. Several carried cutting torches. Others bore melter charges fixed into cavities where their internal organs had been removed. Corrupted repair cohort, Vanek said. His voice entered the squad channel as a layered growl of Gothic and machine code. Phayzarus intends them to compromise pressure seals and defense nodes. Thane raised his storm shield. Then we deny him. The first servitor leapt. Kador fired once. The stalker round entered its skull and detonated inside the cranial housing. Bone and cogitator fragments spun into the void. The body continued drifting towards them until Skeld struck it aside with his chainsword. More attacked from the breach. Bolters fired without sound in vacuum. The only report carried through armor contact and internal mechanisms. Kraken rounds tore through machine torsos. Servitors burst apart, releasing dark globules of preserved blood that froze before they struck the deck. Seraphian engaged his jump pack in controlled bursts. He launched from the exposed compartment, crossed open void, and landed upon the outer hull among the crawling machines. His combat blade flashed. One servitor divided at the waist. Another lost 3 limbs before the Blood Angel drove a bolt through its open chest. Vaughn moved towards the pressure hatch. Interior before the fortress alters course. As if hearing him, the deck lurched. The orbital bastion's maneuvering engines fired without warning. Beyond the breach, the stars rotated. Mordrath Secundus moved across the view, its atmosphere red beneath the Hadex anomaly. The planet seemed close enough to touch. Too close. Vanex interfaced with the pressure hatch. Stabilizer output increasing. Orbital correction is inverted. "Can you restore it?" Vaughn asked. "Not from this node." The hatch opened. Air exploded into the maintenance district, dragging loose bodies and wreckage through the doorway. Vaughn drove his fist into the frame and held. The others locked themselves to the deck. A mortal corpse struck Thane's shield hard enough to break apart. Its abdomen burst, scattering frozen organs across the bulkhead. Emergency doors sealed behind the decompression. Atmosphere returned. Then the Skitarii opened fire. Galvanic rifle rounds struck Vaughn's breastplate and pauldron. One penetrated the outer ceramite before flattening against the denser layer beneath. Another passed beneath his raised arm and burst against the wall behind him. The corridor ahead was a prepared killing lane. Skitarii rangers knelt behind metal barricades, their red robes hanging from bodies more machine than flesh. Brass masks concealed their faces. Long-barreled galvanic rifles rested against augmented shoulders. Vanguards stood behind them with radium carbines, weapon coils glowing with toxic light. Plasma specialists occupied the upper galleries. Heavy battle servitors waited between support columns, multi-barreled weapons rotating towards the breach. Vanex emitted an override command. The Binharic burst struck the corridor with enough force to make the lumen housings tremble. The Skitarii answered through their vox grills. Phayzarus' voice emerged from every brass mask. Authority rejected. They fired. Thane placed his storm shield at the center of the passage. Galvanic rounds shattered against the relic face. Radium fire washed around its edge, leaving faint corruption warnings across the Deathwatch displays. "Advance behind me," the Black Templar said. He walked into the barrage. Vaughn and Skeld moved at his flanks. Their bolters fired through the narrow openings beside the shield. Kraken rounds punched through breastplates, brass rib cages and spinal assemblies. A ranger folded backwards as his abdomen detonated inside his robes. Kador fired past them. His first shot destroyed a plasma caliver's containment coil. The weapon ruptured, bathing its bearer and 2 nearby Skitarii in white heat. Their metal components became molten. What remained of their flesh blackened around glowing skeletons. Rex launched a frag grenade over Thane's shoulder. It detonated behind the barricade. Metal shards and augmented limbs struck the ceiling. One Vanguard survived without either leg, dragging itself towards the kill team, while its radium carbine continued firing. Skeld broke from formation. He leapt across the barricade and brought his chainsword down through the Skitari's skull. The teeth passed through brass, bone and throat, spraying grey tissue across his armor. The heavy servitors opened fire. Vaughn saw the targeting runes and moved before the weapons discharged. He caught Seraphian by the pauldron and dragged him aside as a stream of armor-piercing shells chewed through the deck. Thane lowered his shield and charged. The first servitor struck him with a hydraulic claw. His shield absorbed the impact, but the force drove him against the wall. Skeld attacked the machine's knee joint while Vaughn fired 3 bolt rounds into its cranial core. The head burst. The servitor remained standing. Secondary command node, Vanex warned. His mechadendrite pointed towards a pulsing mechanism beneath the ribcage. Seraphian fired into it. The bolt detonated among cables and preserved organs. The servitor collapsed, crushing 2 wounded Skitari beneath its weight. The second heavy unit turned its guns towards Rex. Kador destroyed its optical array. Vaughn reached it before it could redirect by Auspex. He drove his power sword through its chest. The blade's disruption field parted armor and internal machinery, emerging from the machine's back in a storm of sparks. The corridor fell silent. Vanex approached the nearest Skitarius corpse and opened its cranial plate with a surgical claw. Thin black filaments had grown through the cogitator tissue. "Control protocols rewritten," he said. "Original loyalty matrices remain, but have been redirected. They believed obedience to Phayzarus was service to the Omnissiah. Could they be restored?" Seraphian asked. "Death has restored silence." They continued towards the gene vault. The fortress resisted them at every junction. Doors opened into vacuum. Deck plating became magnetized strongly enough to slow their advance. Defense turrets descended from ceiling recesses and fired upon Deathwatch ident signals accepted moments before. Phayzarus spoke through devotional speakers as they passed. Sometimes he used his own voice, sometimes Vare's. The Dead Iron Hand recited maintenance rites through the fortress corridors, his cadence exact and empty. Brother Brannock Vare confirms armor seal integrity. Skeld fired into the speaker. "Let him lie dead." The next speaker answered in Vare's voice. "Organic distress response detected." Seraphian stopped. A heartbeat sounded through his helm, slow, powerful. Astartes. The sound came from the passage ahead. Then another heartbeat joined it. Then dozens. The kill team entered a surgical ward. Open vats lined both walls. They were filled with blood. Not mortal blood. Rex recognized the stabilizing chemicals and suspended cellular markers. Astartes' blood had been gathered, preserved and warmed until the metallic scent filled the air. Seraphian's breathing changed. The heartbeats continued through hidden speakers. One was rapid with fear. Another slowed towards death. Several beat in the complex double rhythm of space marine physiology, primary and secondary hearts falling out of synchronization under trauma. Voices emerged among them. Men screaming beneath surgical blades. Brothers calling upon Sanguinius. A blood angel begging for death while something cut into his chest. Seraphian's bolter lowered. His head turned towards the nearest vat. "Those recordings," Rex said, "are not present events." Seraphian did not answer. Phayzarus spoke through the ward. "Blood angels demonstrate heightened response to hematic stimuli, olfactory pathway activation, increased salivary production, aggression hormones rising." "Silence," Seraphian said. "Command form ineffective." The vats opened. Blood spilled across the deck. It flowed around Seraphian's boots, dark and warm. His gauntlet tightened around the bolter until the grip creaked. Vaughn stepped before him. "Look at me." The red lenses turned towards the watch captain. "You are Seraphian of the Blood Angels. You stand the long vigil. The enemy does not command your blood." For several seconds, only the recorded heartbeats answered. Then Seraphian raised his weapon. "He does not command it," the Blood Angel said. "He merely calls to it." He fired into the hidden speakers. The heartbeats died. The Gene Vault doors stood 3 stories high. Silver figures of apothecaries flanked them, each holding a reductor in one hand and a progenoid reliquary in the other.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Gene script covered the metal from threshold to arch. Rex placed his palm upon the access seal. The machine recognized him. The doors opened. The chamber beyond resembled a cathedral built from frost and silver light. Thousands of stasis vessels rose in ordered ranks. Some held single progenoids suspended within crystal ampules. Others contained sealed caskets marked with chapter heraldry, purity grades, and dates of extraction. The genetic future of warriors not yet born slept around them. Surgical drones moved between the vessels. Their limbs clicked and unfolded as they removed ampules, scanned their contents, and placed them into portable containment cases. Hundreds of storage niches were already empty. Rex entered first. His restraint vanished. He ran towards the nearest drone and smashed it apart with his narthecium. "Phayzarus!" The name struck the vault's arches. The Magos answered through the stasis systems. "You display ownership aggression despite possessing no hereditary claim to most specimens present." Rex tore a progenoid case from a drone's grasp. "We are custodians, not owners." Semantic concealment. The distinction does not alter access restriction. These glands are a sacred inheritance. Each is held in trust for a chapter, a lineage, and a future brother. Your Imperium expends mortals in quantities beyond comprehension, while restricting transhuman manufacture through superstition, political fear, and biological monopoly. You do not create warriors, you consume them. I acquire unused information. Rex looked across the emptied niches. Those organs were not unused. Potential is not existence. Potential is duty. Emergency klaxons sounded. Bulkhead doors slammed between the vault's aisles. Vaughn saw the division a fraction too late. A wall of armored silver dropped between him and Rex. Thane struck it with his power axe. The energized blade carved a glowing wound but did not penetrate. "Rex," Vaughn said. The apothecary stood alone among the stasis columns. A black iron disc beneath his feet awakened. Teleportation light crawled across the floor. Phayzarus appeared beside him. The Magos arrived already attacking. Rex raised his narthecium. Its reductor blade met an energized talon with a shriek of colliding fields. A second mechanical limb struck his chest and drove him into a stasis column. The vessel cracked behind him. Preservative mist spilled around both warriors. Rex fired his bolt pistol into Phayzarus's abdomen. The shell entered exposed artificial muscle and detonated. Black armor spread apart. Synthetic organs burst across the floor. Phayzarus recoiled. Rex drove his narthecium into the wound. The reductor penetrated deep, severing tubes and piston cables. His extraction needles discharged combat stimulants and toxins into whatever passed for the Magos' circulation. Phayzarus seized the weapon arm. The bones of subversion contracted. Rex's gauntlet split at the wrist. Mechanical fingers closed until the armor beneath them collapsed. The apothecary's bones broke with a series of sharp cracks. Rex struck with his other fist. Phayzarus caught that arm as well. Additional limbs unfolded from beneath the red robes and locked around the apothecary's torso. One clamped his throat. Another forced his head back against the stasis glass. "You possess implementation knowledge," Phayzarus said. "Extraction would be premature." Rex spat blood across the Magos' lenses. you will receive nothing. Pain will not be the primary instrument. Behind the sealed barrier, Thane struck the door again. Kador fired at the locking mechanisms. Skeld searched for another route. Vaughn watched Rex disappear beneath a storm of mechanical limbs. Portable gene seed cases rose from the floor. Teleportation markers flashed beneath each one. "Destroy the homers," Vaughn ordered. Seraphian fired through the nearest case. Preservative, fluid and pale organs burst across the deck. Too late. Crimson warp light filled the vault. Phayzarus vanished with Rex and hundreds of containment vessels. The stasis systems began to fail. One by one, silver lights turned red. Vanex's voice entered the squad channel. "Orbital stabilizers have reversed completely." The floor shifted beneath them. Mordrath's gravity had begun to claim the fortress. Vaughn looked towards the vault's external display. The St. Drusus Ascendant was falling. "Return to the assault ram." They ran through a fortress coming apart around them. The artificial gravity failed, returned at twice normal strength, and failed again. Decks split as the Bastion entered the upper atmosphere. Fires spread through oxygen-rich compartments. Surviving crewmen fled through the corridors, only to be hurled against walls when the fortress rolled. The Death Watch reached the ram as the outer hull began to glow. Its pilot servitor had died. Blood ran from its nose and ears, its hands still fixed upon the controls. Kador tore it from the throne. Vaughn took the command position. The assault ram blasted free from the fortress. Behind them, the St. Drusus Ascendant entered Mordrath's atmosphere. Its void shields collapsed in sheets of blue fire. Towers tore away. Lance batteries broke from their mountings and descended independently, each trailing flame. The main body split above the equatorial hive belt. One fragment struck a refinery continent. The impact flattened Manufactoria for hundreds of kilometers. Fuel stores ignited beneath it, spreading a firestorm from horizon to horizon. Another section fell through Hive Saradan. For one instant, its kilometers of towers stood beneath the descending relic like blades of grass beneath an executioner's boot. Then the fortress struck. The hive vanished beneath stone, metal, and fire. Tens of millions died before pain could reach them. Millions more survived long enough to burn, suffocate, or be crushed beneath the collapsing districts. The central gene vault section entered the southern ash wastes and detonated with the force of a strategic warhead. Silver debris rained across trench cities. Stasis fluid fell as poisonous frost. Broken reliquaries and fragments of martyred Astartes scattered among mortal armies who would never know what sacred things had killed them. Within the escaping assault ram, no one spoke. Rex was gone. The gene seed was gone. Below them, Mordrath burned beneath the remains of the saint that had been built to preserve its defenders. Vaughn watched the fortress die. The hunt had ended. War remained. Apothecary Corvin Rex awoke to the sensation of something counting his heartbeats. A needle entered the flesh beneath his left pectoral plate. It withdrew, entered again. With each penetration, a brass mechanism clicked above him. Primary heart, click. Secondary heart, click. Primary heart, click. The machine recorded the rhythm while another apparatus forced air into his lungs. Cold fluid passed through tubes buried in his thighs and neck. His right hand felt distant. The bones crushed inside his gauntlet where Phayzarus had closed mechanical claws around it. Rex opened his eyes. A surgical lumen hung above him, its light white and without mercy. He lay upon a slab of black metal surrounded by articulated instruments. Restraint bands crossed his ankles, waist, throat, and forearms. His power armor had been removed from the chest and right arm. The exposed black carapace beneath his skin had been opened at several interface points and connected to translucent cables. The chamber breathed. Walls of riveted iron expanded and contracted by fractions. Tubes thick as a man's torso pulsed behind grills. Warm vapor emerged from floor vents with the stink of blood, antiseptic and overheated machinery. Something moved inside the wall. Rex turned his head. A human face stared back through a layer of transparent membrane. Only the face remained. Its eyes had been removed. Cables entered the empty sockets. The mouth opened and closed as pressure changed within the wall, lips forming words without sound. Rex tested the restraint around his left wrist. The band tightened immediately. "Motor resistance registered," Phayzarus said. The Magos stepped from behind the surgical machinery. His rust-red robes had been replaced by strips of dark fabric stained with preservative, fluid. The bones of subversion enclosed his body in overlapping armor and artificial muscle. Damage from the Gene Vault battle remained visible across his abdomen. Rex's bolt shell had destroyed a cluster of synthetic organs, yet silver fibers were already knitting new tissue across the wound. Phayzarus carried Rex's narthecium. The sacred instrument had been opened. Its reductor blade, injector reservoirs, gene scanner and surgical saw floated within a magnetic suspension field beside the Magos, each component separated and labeled. "You have profaned the tools of my office," Rex said. "Incorrect. I have increased comprehension. You understand nothing of them. I understand their mechanism, material composition and biological function. You do not understand their purpose. Purpose is assigned. Function is measurable." Rex looked beyond him. His armor hung from hooks along the wall. Each plate had been removed according to proper apothecarian rites. Purity seals remained intact. The red scorpion upon his chapter pauldron faced the operating slab like an accusation. "You learned the rites from Vea. I learned portions. Your equipment supplied the remainder. Brother Vea gave you nothing." Phayzarus's lenses narrowed. He gave everything. Rex surged against the restraints. Hydraulic pistons locked. The operating slab groaned beneath the force of his transhuman musculature, but the bands held. "I will open you from throat to spine," he said. "I will burn every stolen cell from your carcass. Your memory cores will be ground beneath the heel of the chapter, and your name will survive only as a warning spoken over failed flesh." Phayzarus considered the threat. Genetic vengeance, predictable. You mistake certainty for prediction. I mistake nothing. One surgical arm descended and opened a line through the black carapace beneath Rex's ribs. Pain arrived as a controlled incision. The apothecary did not move. Phayzarus watched his pulse. "Progenoid maturation interval," the Magos said. Rex answered with the litany of pure descent. From the blood of the Primarch comes the seed. From the seed comes the brother. From the brother comes the blade by which mankind endures. Implantation sequence. Guard well the inheritance. Permit no corruption. Accept no deviation. Secondary implantation rejection indicators. Flesh is judged. Flesh is tested. Flesh found unworthy is denied. Phayzarus adjusted the blade. Mutation tolerance within the red scorpion's gene line. Rex smiled without warmth. "You will learn when my brothers peel your brain from its casing." The blade entered deeper. Rex felt it pass between his enhanced organs, avoiding every structure that would end the interrogation. Phayzarus did not cut from anger. He cut as a scribe corrected a flawed line of text. "Your knowledge remains accessible through alternative methods," the Magos said. Verbal transmission would reduce tissue damage, then damage it. I intend to. The surgical arm withdrew, the restraints released. Rex's body tensed for violence, but the slab rotated upright before he could rise. Magnetic clamps seized his ankles. A collar locked around his throat. The entire frame began moving upon a ceiling rail. Phayzarus walked beside him. "You will observe." The operating chamber opened into a corridor that had once belonged to an explorator vessel. Rex recognized the original architecture beneath the corruption. Brass ribs supported the ceiling. Cog Mechanicum emblems remained carved into bulkheads, hidden beneath layers of cable and cultivated tissue. Alcoves that had once housed devotional servitors now contained organs suspended in fluid. The ship had grown beyond itself. Operating theatres protruded through old armories. Memory engines filled what had once been crew quarters. Manufactorum presses had been driven through chapel floors, their foundations fused with the vessel's spine. Walls were no longer separate from machinery. Veins of dark fluid passed through both, feeding engines with blood and bodies with chemical coolant. The anatomist of empires did not resemble a vessel maintained by a crew. It resembled a carcass taught to manufacture its own disease. Transparent cylinders lined the corridor. Preserved nervous systems floated inside. Brains rested above hanging spinal cords. The lower nerves spread like roots through pale fluid. Some retained eyes, wired to external pict feeds. Others remained attached to lungs and mouths. One mouth spoke as Rex passed. "Third Squad, advance by the western breach. Suppression to the upper galleries. Hold fire until confirmation." The voice belonged to an Imperial officer. The throat beneath the jaw had been cut away and replaced by a mechanical reed. Air pumps forced the command through the preserved larynx again and again. Another mouth shouted in the harsher cadence of an Astartes captain. "Close formation. Shields forward. For the Emperor." The words repeated. Each repetition was identical. Rex looked into the cylinder. Only the lower half of the Space Marine's face remained. The jaw was broad and pale, the lips scarred. Phayzarus had retained no eyes, no brain, no identity beyond the useful voice. "Command authentication," the Magos said. "Vocal recognition remains common in degraded battle networks. Preserved larynges outperform synthetic imitation in certain contexts. You keep mouths because men obey them. I keep whatever performs a function." A skull turned inside another cylinder. Its eyes opened. "Apothecary," it whispered. Rex stopped. The face had belonged to a tech priest once. Most of the skull had been replaced by a brass cage holding a wet grey brain. Data spikes entered its cortex. The remaining skin twitched with every electrical pulse. "Kill me," it said. Phayzarus did not look towards it. Residual self-awareness, operationally irrelevant. Rex strained against the moving frame. The skull began to scream as current entered it. The sound followed them down the corridor. The passage opened into a chamber so vast that Rex first mistook it for the vessel's engine sanctum. Tier upon tier of cogitator banks rose around a central abyss. Cables descended from the ceiling in forests. Thousands of glass reservoirs occupied iron balconies, each holding pieces of human minds. Some contained entire brains. Others held slices of cortex spread across metal frameworks. Human skulls had been fixed into calculation engines, mouths working through equations. Severed hands operated switches in response to neural impulses sent from bodies no longer present. At the chamber's center, a column of black machinery climbed towards the unseen ceiling. Voices filled the air. Orders, prayers, threat assessments, artillery coordinates, panicked pleas. Binharic hymns, the screams of men dying in battles that had ended centuries before. "The choir of borrowed doctrine," Phayzarus said. Rex stared into the abyss. "What have you done?" "I have reduced experience to utility." Pick screens awakened across the chamber. Each displayed a battlefield, Imperial trenches beneath alien attack, a void ship boarding action, a fortress besieged by traitor armor, a hive uprising, and Astartes' strike against an orc warband. The battles shifted with impossible speed. Every time a formation advanced, the minds within the choir reacted. Preserved officers issued orders. Pilots called attack vectors. Space Marine neural fragments triggered reflex patterns through armor interfaces attached to nothing. When one simulation ended in defeat, the field reset. The dead fought it again, and again, and again. "The choir is forced through tactical permutations," Phayzarus said. "Responses are compared, discarded, and refined. Human officers supply mass warfare variables. Tech priests provide logistical and mechanical interpretation. Astartes contribute transhuman reaction speed, doctrinal structure, and specialized violence. These are souls. Unverified. They are men. They are information." One of the simulations showed the Basilica of Iron Martyrs. Kill Team Vaughn advanced down the nave. A phantom Phayzarus fired from the far gallery. The scene changed. Vaughn chose a different route. Changed again. Thane charged early. Changed again. Skeld abandoned formation. Changed again. Vare fired his plasma gun from the western aisle. The choir had been repeating the battle, searching for every possible decision the Death Watch might have made. "The trap was tested here," Rex said. 14,612 times. "And yet Vare wounded you." "His route carried a lower probability than forecast. The error has been corrected." "You speak of correction while half your body crawls to replace itself." "Damage is instruction." Phayzarus directed the frame onward. Beyond the choir waited the specimen crypt. The first captive space marine hung inside an iron suspension cage. His armor had been removed and arranged upon a wall beside him. Each plate bore a parchment label describing chapter, forge of origin, recorded campaigns, and structural damage. The warrior himself was naked. His limbs had been amputated below the joints and connected to artificial circulation lines. Neural probes entered his temples and spine. His chest remained unopened, the progenoids still inside. His eyes focused upon Rex. "Apothecary." The word was barely breath. Rex recognized the chapter tattoos across the warrior's shoulders. Crimson Fist. "Brother Garen." His lips trembled. "Rin's blood. 5th Company." Rex knew the name. Garen had been declared lost during a boarding action 73 years earlier. "You endured," Rex said. The captive gave a weak laugh. "No, I remain." The next cage held a warrior of the Nova Marines. His eyes moved beneath closed lids. His hands clenched around weapons that existed only inside the memory being forced upon him. "Breach the wall," he snarled. "Second squad with me. Gilliman's blood. Breach it." His body convulsed. The imagined battle reset. "Breach the wall," he repeated. Further down, an Imperial fist screamed at enemies only he could see. A Black Templar recited a vow through broken teeth. An Iron Snake begged his absent squad to close ranks. Several had been captive longer than Rex had lived. Some recognized him and demanded death. Others believed he had come as part of battles finished generations ago. One Blood Raven turned his head as Rex passed. "Do not let him take the vault," he said. "What vault?" The warrior's gaze fixed upon something behind Rex. Too late. His eyes rolled back. The probes along his skull began flashing. Rex looked upon the labelled armour, the drained bodies and the machines preserving their organs. You could have harvested them. Yes. Yet you keep them alive. Memory yield exceeds tissue value. Phayzarus stopped beside a sealed chamber. Within it stood a body. It was taller than a mortal man and broader through the shoulders. Pale artificial muscle covered a reinforced skeleton. The chest cavity remained open, revealing synthetic organs arranged in imitation of Astartes' anatomy. The face possessed no features, no eyes, no mouth, only smooth flesh stretched across a skull built for war. An imitation, Rex said. A platform. It has no gene seed. Gene seed produces uncontrolled inheritance, chapter culture, Primarch fixation, ritual attachment, emotional identity. All that makes a brother what he is. All that produces disobedience. More featureless bodies waited in the darkness beyond the first. Some twitched. Others moved their hands through fragments of combat drills. I do not intend to manufacture space marines, Phayzarus said. I intend to improve upon the strategic function. Artificial organs, reinforced anatomy, implanted reflexes, acquired doctrine without loyalty to lineage. You will create malformed servitors. I will create predators who possess no brotherhood to betray, no Primarch to worship, no honor to exploit, and no memory beyond what I assign. Rex looked towards him. You cannot build a soul. Good. Far below Mordrath's northern polar wastes, a signal pulsed once through layers of ice, iron, and machine noise. It was weak enough to resemble equipment failure. Then it pulsed again. Watch Captain Vaughn stood inside the command compartment of a chimera while Kador adjusted the receiver. The Dark Angel turned the dial by fractions. Static scraped across the Vox. Beneath it came a repeated burst of Apothecarian code. 3 short pulses, 1 long, 2 short. Rex's locator. He activated it before capture, Kador said. Coordinates, Vaughn demanded. Magos Vanex processed the signal through a portable cogitator. Northern polar region. Depth uncertain. Signal interference indicates substantial industrial mass. The anatomist, Skeld said. Or another lure, Thane replied. Skeld looked towards him. At last, you learn. Colonel Halvek stood across from Vaughn, one hand resting upon the command table to steady himself as artillery shook the vehicle. The colonel's uniform was torn and blackened. He had not slept since the fortress fell. You are asking for every mobile reserve left on Mordrath, Halvek said. Armoured formations capable of polar advance, Vaughn replied. Siege artillery, Mechanicus breach units, air cover where available. The Charnel line is splitting across 7 sectors. Then it has already failed. Not while men stand upon it. Men standing upon a failed line does not restore it. Halvek's eyes hardened. Remove the armour and 3 hive continents will be exposed. Hundreds of millions of soldiers will lose their retreat corridors. Billions of workers will be left between the stigmatus and the foundries. Phayzarus possesses gene seed from multiple chapters, the knowledge of a captured apothecary and accumulated intelligence taken from our dead. And my world possesses people who are not yet dead. Vaughn leaned over the table. If he escapes, future campaigns will be fought against an enemy who understands Astartes' deployment, armor rights, gene stock, and tactical reflex. Chapters may lose generations of warriors. Every world those warriors would have defended becomes part of this calculation. Halvek stared at him. How many generations balance one living man? That arithmetic is why you command armies and I hunt monsters. No, Watch Captain. It is why monsters always believe they are necessary. Silence followed. Then Halvek reached for the authorization slate. I will release the reserves. Vaughn took the slate. You object. I do. Yet you comply. Halvek looked towards the distant thunder of the front. Because somewhere beneath the ice, your apothecary is still alive. That is enough for a soldier, even if it is not enough for your arithmetic. The armoured spearhead entered the polar ash fields beneath a storm of black snow. Lehman Russ squadrons advanced in broad columns. Demolishers moved at the front, siege cannons lowered. Chimeras and armoured transports followed beneath the shadow of bane blades. Mechanicus crawlers strode beside them upon articulated legs, bearing drilling arrays, plasma generators, and banks of skitari. Basilisks crawled into firing positions behind the advance. Above, the few surviving thunderbolts hunted through the crimson sky. Kill Team Vaughn rode inside the lead Land Raider. Skeld stood at the forward ramp, head lifted. The ground smells wrong. Vaughn checked the auspex. No movement. Too much metal beneath us. Vanex connected to the vehicle's sensors. Subsurface density increasing. The first defense laser erupted from the ice. A tower of black metal drove upward beneath a Lehman Russ, impaling the tank through its belly. The vehicle slid down the rising structure before the laser discharged. White fire cut across the column, destroying 6 tanks in a single sweep. The ground opened. Entire armoured companies vanished into darkness as the Polar Cross split beneath their tracks. Manufactorum towers forced themselves upward through kilometres of ash and ice, carrying ancient machinery, gun emplacements and chained bodies upon their walls. Defence turrets rotated towards the Imperial army. Basilisks fired. Shells struck the rising city and burst against void-hardened armour. Then the ice beneath the centre of the spearhead tore apart. Something vast moved below. The anatomist of empires rose within the awakened forge, its ancient hull fused into towers. Phayzarus had not concealed his ship beneath Mordrath. He had taught the world around it to become part of his body. Traitors at the operating table. The Testament of Ash entered the Mordrath system beneath a shroud of screaming souls. Its translation from the warp tore a wound across real space. Crimson lightning spread around the battle barge's armoured prow, and shapes without bodies clawed at the void before the breach sealed behind it. Lesser vessels followed in its wake. Slaughter-scarred cruisers, raiders bearing the sigils of the dark gods, and assault ships whose hulls had grown mouths around their torpedo tubes. The battle barge was a relic of the Great Crusade, though little remained of the ship that had once carried the Emperor's truth between the stars. Cathedrals rose from its spine. Iron scripture covered every plate. Human bodies hung from chains beneath its macro batteries, their frozen remains arranged into passages from the Book of Lorgar. Upon the command dais stood Dark Apostle Malrek Val. His crimson armour had been engraved from Gorget to Grieve with sacred Colchizian script. Parchment strips fluttered from his pauldrons despite the absence of wind. His accursed Crozius rested against the deck, its winged head surrounded by a flame that burned without heat. Before him knelt the surviving champions of the host of the open vein. Val regarded Mordrath Secundus upon the oculus. The world burned beneath the Hadex anomaly. Orbital wreckage encircled it like the bones of a dead empire. The fragments of the St. Drusus Ascendant glowed across the atmosphere, marking the grave of a treasure stolen before the word-bearers could claim it. Korvadek is silent, Val said. His voice filled the bridge without assistance from the Vox. It possessed the cadence of scripture spoken over an execution. The canticle of ruin is ash. The glandular inheritance of our brothers has been consumed by an apostate who acknowledges neither covenant nor God. The warriors before him remained motionless. Val lifted his Crozius. Phayzarus names gene seed information. He names memory material. He takes flesh consecrated by 10,000 years of hatred and grinds it between metal teeth. A growl moved through the kneeling legionaries. He steals that which was offered to the Pantheon, Val continued. He consumes without prayer. He dissects without sacrifice. He imagines himself beyond judgment because his heart is a pump and his soul a ledger. The Crozius struck the deck. The impact rang through the command bridge. We shall cut him from his armor. We shall break every instrument with which he profaned our dead. We shall burn each stolen gland before his lenses and cast his machine-bound consciousness naked into the warp. Val turned towards the burning world. Then we shall kill the corpse worshippers who led us to him. The host answered as one, by the truth denied, by the gods revealed. The first Dreadclaws launched before the battle barge had completed its attack alignment. They fell towards the northern polar forge as burning iron talons. Gunships and assault boats descended around them. Boarding craft punched through the cloud layers while demon engines hung beneath heavy lifters, their claws flexing in anticipation of earth and flesh. Phayzarus's defense lasers opened fire. A beam crossed the upper atmosphere and cut through 3 assault boats in sequence. Their hulls divided, spilling armored warriors and mortal slaves into the red sky. Some word-bearers survived the fall long enough to strike the polar ice like artillery shells. Another laser struck a Dreadclaw. The craft became a sphere of molten metal. Burning fragments rained upon those descending beneath it. The word-bearers did not alter course. The next wave used the wreckage of the first. Gunships sheltered beneath tumbling debris. Dreadclaws adjusted their descent paths through clouds of molten armor. A crippled assault boat drove itself directly into a defense tower, its dying engines carrying thousands of tons of wreckage through the weapon's upper galleries. The tower collapsed. The surviving craft passed through the opening. Colonel Joran Halvek watched traitors fall from the heavens while the earth beneath his army opened its guns. His armored spearhead had become a shattered procession trapped between rising forge towers. Defense lasers swept across the ash. Batteries hidden beneath the ice fired at near point-blank range. Manufactorum structures continued forcing themselves upward, overturning tanks and burying infantry beneath ancient industrial foundations. Now the word-bearers descended behind them. Halvek stood inside the command compartment of the Baneblade Unbroken Oath. The Super Heavy's engine roared beneath his boots. Its interior stank of oil, sweat and propellant. Crewmen worked around him while impact warnings sounded from every station. Traitor landings west of the column, Major Kessel reported through his throat amplifier. Multiple Astartes signatures, demon engines among them. Forge guns ahead, traitor marines behind. Halvek studied the tactical slate. The Emperor has granted us enemies in every direction. The Baneblade's commander looked back from the gunnery throne. Which direction do we kill first? The closest. A defiler climbed over the wreck of a Lehman Russ. The demon engine moved on 6-bladed limbs, its hull painted crimson and covered in devotional chains. A screaming face bulged through the armor around its battle cannon. It fired into an infantry column at such proximity that the shell passed through the first ranks before detonating. Men became red vapor. Those further away were thrown against tanks, trench walls, and one another. Some landed without limbs. Others struck the ground as open sacks of broken bones and organs. The Unbroken Oath turned its main gun. Fire! The Baneblade shell struck the Defiler beneath its weapon mount. The demon engine folded inward. Armor ruptured, exposing ropes of black muscle and a furnace cavity filled with teeth. The creature screamed through every vox in the Imperial column. It continued advancing. A demolisher fired into its flank. The siege shell blew away 3 legs. The defiler collapsed among the infantry, crushing dozens beneath its body. Its remaining claws continued stabbing until a hellhound emptied burning promethium into the open wound. The demon engine burned. So did the guardsmen trapped beneath it. The hellhound crew kept firing. "Infantry too close," Kessel said. "They know," Halvek answered. A dreadclaw struck the ice behind the Imperial armor. Its petals opened. Word-bearers emerged through the steam, bolters already firing. Explosive shells tore into the rear infantry. Men burst inside flak armor. One soldier took a bolt through the mouth. The detonation removed his head and scattered his upper spine across the comrades behind him. A second dreadclaw landed upon a basilisk. The impact crushed the artillery vehicle flat. Its ammunition ignited beneath the assault pod, throwing both machines into the air. Burning shells fell across the polar battlefield and detonated wherever they landed. Halvek watched his army compress between enemies. The polar crust cracked beneath the bombardment. Entire infantry companies vanished into fissures. Tanks slid after them, engines screaming as tracks failed to find purchase. Men clung to hulls until the vehicles rolled and ground them into the ice. "Signal Watch Captain Vaughn," Halvek ordered. "Tell him his breach has arrived." Kill Team Vaughn watched the word-bearers tear open the forge. The traitor assault had destroyed 3 defense towers and collapsed a section of the western curtain wall. Smoke poured from the breach. Dreadclaws lay broken around it, their hulls forming a path through the kill zones. Vaughn lowered his magnocular display. "We enter through their wound." Dymas Thane looked across the battlefield at the crimson-armoured traitors. "And leave them alive behind us. Phayzarus remains the priority. They are word-bearers. I recognize their heraldry. They betrayed the Emperor before our chapters had names. And if we spend ourselves killing them here, the perjurer escapes with Rex and the gene seed." Thane's power axe hummed in his fist. To pass a traitor without judgment is to tolerate his existence. To obey wrath instead of mission is to serve Phayzarus. The Black Templar's helm turned slowly towards Vaughn. For a moment, the battle around them seemed distant. Then Skeld laughed. It was a short, ugly sound. "The machine has baited your hook again, Templar." Thane faced him. "My oath is not bait. No, your pride is." Vaughn stepped between them. "Engage only when necessary. We do not ally with the word-bearers. We use the breach they purchased with their dead." Kador chambered a stalker round. "And afterwards?" "Afterwards, any traitor still living becomes necessary." They advanced through the wreckage. The breach was a landscape of molten iron and bodies. Word-bearers lay among Imperial soldiers and forged servitors. Some had been bisected by defense lasers. Others remained trapped inside crushed dreadclaws, their armor fused to the wreckage. A wounded traitor reached towards Thane. The Black Templar crushed his skull beneath one boot without breaking stride. "Necessary," he said. Inside the forge, heat replaced cold. The walls sweated coolant and blood. Pistons the size of hab towers moved beneath the deck. Conveyor systems carried machine components, bodies and sealed specimen caskets deeper into the complex. Phayzarus spoke through the Vox. "Deathwatch incursion detected. Word-bearer incursion detected. Conflict probability approaches certainty." Another channel opened within the same transmission. A word-bearer's voice replied somewhere beyond the walls. "Show yourself, thief." Phayzarus answered in Colchisian. The translation rune in Vaughn's helm rendered the words without cadence. Dark Apostle Malrek Val, your warriors carry 6 intact progenoids taken from the dead of the Canticle of Ruin. Their recovery location has been transmitted to Kill Team Vaughn. Thane stopped. Stolen gene seed. The Vox changed. Now Phayzarus addressed the Death Watch. The Word-Bearer cohort advancing through the lower transit artery possesses biological material recovered from Loyalist dead. Provenance includes Imperial Fists and Crimson Fists. Rex's absence seemed to fill the silence. Vaughn knew exactly why Phayzarus had selected those names. Unverified, he said. Partly true, Kador replied. That is enough. Which is his design. An explosion tore through the transit artery. The floor pitched. Support beams snapped. Vaughn saw Kador and Thane vanish behind a wall of collapsing ferrocrete. Report. Static answered. Then bolter fire. Kador struck the ground beneath darkness. His maglocks engaged before the collapsing tunnel could throw him into the machinery trench below. Thane landed beside him, storm shield buried beneath debris. The Dark Angel's helm adjusted through thermal, low light and Auspex modes. All returned blackness. Shadow field, he said. Thane pulled his shield free. Then the foe has blinded himself as well. Do not assume equality. Armored footsteps sounded ahead. Kador raised his stalker bolter. A muzzle flashed. The bolt struck his pauldron and detonated, tearing away layers of ceramite. He rolled behind a fallen support as more rounds filled the tunnel. Word-bearers charged through the dark. There was no distance for marksmanship, no room for formation, only bursts of muzzle fire revealing crimson plate for fractions of a heartbeat. Kador fired into the first shape. The stalker round entered beneath a gorget. The traitor's throat exploded inside his armor, filling the helm with blood and fragments of vertebrae. Thane met another word-bearer shield first. The impact crushed both warriors into the tunnel wall. Ferrocrete cracked around them. The traitor drove a chain axe against Thane's storm shield, teeth shrieking across the relic face. Thane struck with his power axe. The blade entered beneath the word-bearer's arm and passed through ribs, both hearts and the opposing shoulder. The traitor split open inside his plate. Pressurized blood sprayed from the wound and painted the darkness across Kador's lenses. A bolt detonated against Thane's back. The Black Templar staggered. Kador fired past him and blew the attacker's abdomen apart. Intestines burst through the shattered cuirass in steaming loops. Left, Kador said. Thane turned. A word-bearer emerged at arm's length. The two collided before either could fire. Their helms smashed together. Thane caught the traitor's bolter and forced it aside as it discharged, the shell exploding against the ceiling. Kador drove his combat blade through the word-bearer's eye lens. The blade stuck. The traitor seized Kador's wrist. Thane headbutted him until the horned helm split and the skull beneath collapsed. Darkness became absolute. Every lumen across the sector died. Even muzzle flashes vanished behind a veil of light-eating black. Phayzarus's shadow generators had awakened. Samic archaeotech swallowed visible radiation, thermal returns, and most active scans. The warriors could hear one another breathing. They could hear blood dripping onto metal. Then someone screamed, not mortal, a word-bearer. The cry became wet choking. A reductor whined in the darkness. Teleportation thunder cracked through the tunnel. Light returned for one instant. Phayzarus crouched over a fallen traitor. The bones of subversion spread around him. Mechanical limbs held the legionary pinned, while the reductor opened his neck. The pale progenoid came free between steel pincers. Then darkness returned. bolters fired towards the afterimage. They struck only the corpse. Across the forge, the same hunt repeated. Phayzarus appeared beside isolated word-bearers, attacked beneath the concealment of the shadow fields, and vanished before their brothers reached him. Prepared homers carried him from chamber to chamber. Each translation left warp frost across the walls and another opened body on the deck. The word-bearers had come to reclaim their dead. They became inventory. Dark Apostle Malrek Val followed the screams to the demon-bound reactor. The engine occupied a chamber shaped like an inverted cathedral. Chains descended into a pit of violet fire. Something enormous moved beneath the flames. Each time it struck the restraints, machinery throughout the forge convulsed. Val entered with 7 legionaries. Phayzarus waited beside the control dais. The Magos' robes were heavy with blood. 3 progenoid canisters hung from his exoskeleton. His reductor dripped onto the deck. "You gorge upon consecrated flesh," Val said. Phayzarus regarded him. "Consecration has produced no measurable alteration in tissue quality. You believe the gods absent because they do not speak in numbers. I believe your gods are predatory warp intelligences sustained by emotion and interpretation." Val raised his Crozius. "And yet they hear you." The demon within the reactor screamed. Warp fire erupted across the chamber. Faces formed within it, mouths stretched around impossible teeth. The word-bearers advanced. Phayzarus fired his conversion beamer. At short range, the discharge lacked its full destructive expansion, but it struck the first legionary hard enough to tear open his chest. Val continued through the blast and swung his Crozius. The accursed weapon struck Phayzarus across the shoulder. Armor ruptured. Demonic flame entered the wound, burning synthetic muscle and cables with equal hunger. The Magos staggered against the control dais. Val struck again. The Crozius caved in part of the bones of subversion and tore a surgical limb from its mounting. "Your metal remembers pain," the Dark Apostle said. "Your sermon exceeds tactical value." Phayzarus drove an energized talon through Val's side. The claws penetrated crimson ceramite and opened the flesh beneath. Val caught the Magos' arm and held it inside the wound. "Come closer, unbeliever." Warp light gathered around the Dark Apostle. Phayzarus activated the Empiric Directors. Black spines rose from the reactor dais, their surfaces filled with equations written in impossible angles. The warp discharge around Val changed direction. The demon's fire turned upon the word-bearers. One legionary vanished beneath a column of mouths. Another was pulled apart without being touched, armor spreading as his body stretched into threads of screaming flesh. A third became transparent. His hearts could be seen beating inside him until they caught fire. Val roared a counter-invocation. The accursed Crozius struck the deck, anchoring him against the redirected surge. Scripture across his armor ignited. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth. Phayzarus withdrew his talons from the Dark Apostle's side. He could have opened the throat. He did not. Instead, he fired the conversion beamer into the reactor controls. The chamber ruptured. Val was thrown across the deck. His armor split along the ribs. The Crozius left his hand and skidded into the dark. When his vision returned, Phayzarus was gone. So were the surviving progenoid canisters carried by his dead. The reactor burned out of control. Alarms wailed through the forge. Across the tactical channels, word-bearers reported breaches, ambushes, and missing squads. Val forced himself upright. Through the shattered wall, he saw the true shape of the battle. His dreadclaws had destroyed the outer defenses. His gunships had silenced the towers. His legionaries had flooded the transit arteries. Hundreds of Astartes now moved through a complex prepared by a hunter who fed upon Astartes' flesh. Phayzarus had not resisted the host of the open vein. He had summoned it to the table. Val found his Crozius and closed his hand around the haft. For the first time since entering Mordrath's system, the Dark Apostle understood that his fury had not guided the battle. It had merely made him easier to dissect. Mordrath Secundus had exceeded the capacity of its own casualty engines. The primary administratum cogitators no longer counted individual dead. They counted vanished regiments, silent manufactoria, and reductions in recoverable biomass. Whenever a hive district ceased transmitting, its population was not listed as slain. The number was transferred from productive inventory to unresolved expenditure. More than 1 billion armed combatants fought across the world. Astra Militarum regiments bled through the equatorial trench belts. Planetary defense cohorts barricaded habitation districts with the machinery that had once sustained them. Skitari maniples defended forge temples whose priests had already burned their oldest archives, rather than permit corruption to spread. Against them came the stigmatus, mutant hosts, traitor armor, enthralled labor armies, and word-bearers descending from the heavens beneath crimson contrails. Billions more remained trapped between the armies. Laborers continued feeding shells into production lines, while battles raged above their hab vaults. Refugees packed transit arteries until men suffocated standing upright. Servitors worked beside the corpses of their overseers. Wounded soldiers lay stacked in underground stations where medici supplies had failed days earlier. Prisoners screamed behind sealed doors while the guards fled. Mordrath had become a machine whose final product was death. Then Phayzarus activated the code sleeping inside it. The first ammunition magazine died beneath Hive Belisar. A counting cogitator revised a shell transfer instruction by one symbol. An automated crane placed an armed earthshaker round into a storage cradle reserved for inert casings. The impact fuse awakened. The shell detonated. The magazine contained more than 800,000 artillery rounds. The underground explosion lifted 3 manufacturum districts into the air. Towers rose upon a continent of fire, broke apart, and fell through habitation levels crowded with workers. Armories ruptured in sequence. Shells launched themselves through walls, ceilings, and human bodies before exploding wherever they struck. Across the world, other dormant commands awakened. Prometheum pipelines reversed their flow. Fuel intended for armored reserves surged backwards into worker districts. Pressure valves sealed. Refinery tanks burst beneath habitation stacks. Burning promethium filled stairwells, ventilation ducts, and shrine chambers. Men opened blast doors seeking escape and released walls of fire into crowds packed beyond them. Forge elevators descended without warning. One carried an entire Lehman Russ company towards a lower transit gallery. Its restraints disengaged halfway down the shaft. Tanks slid across the platform, crushing crewmen beneath their tracks before the lift floor opened. 40 armored vehicles fell into the furnace chambers below. Their ammunition detonated among the machinery. Another elevator rose at full speed through a troop embarkation level. Thousands of guardsmen waited upon it with weapons and equipment. The platform struck the sealed upper gate without slowing. Men became a layer of flesh between steel plates. Within the choir of borrowed doctrine, every death became instruction. Brains floated in glass and preservative, while planetary telemetry poured through them. Officers long dead tasted the panic of collapsing fronts. Pilots without bodies received targeting data from aircraft already destroyed. Astartes' neural fragments reacted to tactical problems beneath electrical torment. Every retreat entered the choir, every counterattack, every shell shortage, every argument between commanders, every failure of morale, every desperate act of courage. The preserved minds fought Mordrath again and again inside accelerated simulations. They moved armies that existed only as light. They abandoned hives, saved hives, sacrificed continents, and changed artillery schedules by fractions of a minute. Phayzarus watched the outcomes multiply. The war was not chaos, it was input. Mordrath Secundus was not merely a battlefield surrounding his laboratory. It was the largest controlled experiment he had ever constructed. Colonel Joran Halvek received the withdrawal order while standing inside the command hull of the Unbroken Oath. The Baneblade shook beneath continuous fire. Warning bells rang through the cramped interior. A loader dragged a bleeding gunner away from the main cannon breech, while another man took his place before the body stopped moving. Major Kessel held the order slate beneath a red lumen. "Authentications are valid," he said. His throat amplifier distorted every word into a metallic growl. Halvek read the command. 20 million troops were to abandon the Charnel Line and withdraw through 3 northern evacuation corridors. Armored transport fleets would meet them beyond the trench belts. Orbital landers would remove command personnel, wounded veterans, and designated industrial specialists. The order carried sector authority. It carried Halvek's own seal. It promised survival. Halvek looked towards the tactical display. 3 pale routes extended northwards from the collapsing front. "Reconnaissance?" he asked. 2 squadrons reached the first corridor. What did they find? Kessel hesitated. Minefields. Ours? Both. Imperial mines beneath newer stigmatus emplacements. The transports? No engine signatures, no landing zones, no traffic control beacons. Halvek read the order again. 20 million soldiers, compressed into 3 narrow corridors. "Kill zones," he said. Kessel nodded. The order would draw every reserve away from the Polar Forge as well. A signal officer turned from his console. "Regiments are already requesting permission to comply. Rumors of evacuation are spreading. Deny them. Some formations have begun withdrawing. Then shoot the first officer who leads his men north." The signal officer stared at him. "Colonel, transmit it in the clear. Any commander attempting withdrawal without a sealed physical order is guilty of desertion under enemy manipulation." Kessel looked at the tactical display. "The line will not hold." "No." "Then what are we ordering them to defend?" Halvek folded the false withdrawal slate until its data surface cracked. Nothing. The Baneblade's crew went silent. Halvek placed the broken slate upon the command table. "We attack," Kessel's artificial voice rasped. "With what objective? Pin every traitor formation within range of the polar front. Force their artillery to turn. Draw their reserves south. Make enough noise that the enemy cannot distinguish our failure from a breakthrough. That is not an objective. It is time. For the Death Watch. For every man still alive beneath that forge." Kessel studied him. "How long?" "Several hours. And afterwards?" Halvek looked towards the rune marking the Charnel Line. "Afterwards is an administratum concern." The final offensive of the Hethran Ash legions began beneath a rolling barrage. Basilisks fired until their barrels glowed dull red. Manticores launched the last Storm Eagle rockets from emptying racks. Infantry guns added their thunder, pushing a wall of explosions across the traitor positions. Then the soldiers advanced. Millions climbed from trenches whose walls had been built from sandbags, scrap iron, and frozen corpses. Officers raised regimental standards darkened by smoke. priests walked between companies, shouting that the Emperor had already judged them worthy of death. Armor moved behind the barrage. Lehman Russ tanks crushed paths through the dead. Chimeras carried infantry until anti-tank fire opened them, then continued as burning coffins. Hellhounds sprayed promethium into fortified hab blocks, while guardsmen sheltered behind their fuel tanks. The offensive had no hope of victory. Hope was not required. It struck the Stigmatus lines with sufficient violence to force a response. Traitor artillery turned south. Word-bearer gunships diverted from the Polar Forge. Mutant reserves poured into the breach. Demon engines climbed across shattered defenses to meet the Imperial armor. The sky darkened beneath new shapes. Warhorns rolled across the Manufactoria. A loyalist Titan maniple emerged from the smoke. 2 warhounds ran ahead, lean and murderous, their void shields flickering beneath incoming fire. Their plasma blast guns incinerated demon engines in spheres of artificial sunlight. Vulcan megabolters filled streets with explosive shells, turning Stigmatus infantry into red vapor and powdered armor. Behind them walked a Reaver Titan. Its carapace rose above the hive roofs. Cathedral banners hung from its weapon housings. Every step collapsed streets and shook men from their feet. Its volcano cannon discharged across kilometers and struck a traitor engine advancing between refinery towers. The enemy Titan's void shields failed in sheets of blue fire. A second shot tore through its torso. The traitor god machine toppled sideways, crushing an entire armored brigade beneath its fall. The surviving warhound howled through its warhorn and charged a defiler pack. It stamped one demon engine into the street. Its plasma weapon fired point blank into another, opening the machine from within. Black flesh and molten armor washed across the Titan's legs. Then a corrupted macro shell struck its knee. The joint vanished. The warhound stumbled. Its princeps fought to keep it upright, dragging the wounded engine through an occupied trench city as warning klaxons screamed from its exterior speakers. Men ran beneath it. Hundreds of thousands filled the trenches, dugouts, and underground munition chambers. They looked up as the Titan's shadow crossed them. The warhound fell. Its body struck the city with enough force to bury entire districts. Towers collapsed beneath its torso. Trenches disappeared under its armor. Men became stains beneath thousands of tons of sacred machinery. The plasma reactor breached. For one moment, the fallen Titan shone brighter than the Hadex anomaly. The detonation erased the trench city. Halvek watched the explosion rise upon the horizon. The tactical display removed 4 army groups. No one in the Unbroken Oath spoke. "Continue the advance," Halvek said. Inside the Polar Forge, Watch Captain Vaughn divided what remained of his kill team. They stood within a transit nexus, while the machinery around them convulsed beneath distant bombardment. Blood ran through drainage channels in the floor. The bodies of word-bearers and Skitari lay intermixed beneath the cold light of emergency lumens. Vaughn projected the forge schematic from his gauntlet. The image flickered, revised itself, and displayed 3 routes. The choir lies beneath the central. The Dark Angel inclined his head. Seraphian stared towards a side passage where the scent of blood remained thick. "I understand." Skeld. Thane. The teleportation network is anchored through the eastern machine vaults. Destroy every marker and translation relay. Skeld rested his chainsword across one shoulder. A hunt for tracks. "A hunt for obedience," Thane said. Vaughn ignored the remark. "Vanex comes with me. We reach the primary laboratory and recover Rex." Vanex's mechadendrites clicked around him. probability of apothecary survival continues to decline. He survives until confirmed otherwise. Thane looked towards the three routes. Phayzarus expects division. He also expects hesitation, move. The kill teams separated. Kador and Seraphian descended through the walls displayed fragments of stolen memory. Pict screens awakened as they passed, showing fortress halls, secret sigils, and robed figures gathered beneath stone arches. Kador stopped. The imagery belonged to the Dark Angels. Not merely to his chapter, to chambers outsiders were forbidden to name. Phayzarus spoke through a skull-faced terminal. "Brother Kador, the answer beneath Karen's gate remains available." Kador aimed his stalker bolter at the screen. Images changed before he fired. A black-armored warrior knelt within a hidden vault. His face was concealed by a hood. A name appeared beneath him, a name Kador knew. Seraphian looked towards the display. "What is he showing you?" "A fabrication." "Then why do you hesitate?" Kador fired. The screen burst. Further down, human heartbeats began sounding through the walls. Seraphian's breathing deepened. The passage opened into a chamber filled with hanging captives. Men had been suspended by hooks driven through shoulders, jaws, and rib cages. Tubes kept blood circulating through their bodies. Surgical cuts remained open along their throats and limbs, allowing the blood to drip continuously into channels beneath them. Some still lived. Their hearts beat faster as the Astartes entered. Seraphian stopped beneath the rain of blood. Phayzarus whispered through the chamber. Hereditary appetite increasing. Kador seized Seraphian's pauldron. "We continue." The Blood Angel's head turned towards a captive whose throat pulsed beneath an open incision. "Remove your hand." "No." Seraphian looked at him. For several heartbeats, neither moved. Then the Blood Angel forced his gaze away. They continued. Skeld and Thane entered the eastern vaults. Phayzarus had laid a trail for the Space Wolf. Machine oil marked the floor. Teleportation ozone hung in the air. Beneath both lay the scent of Astartes' blood, fresh enough to stir the predatory instincts bred into Skeld's transhuman body. He knelt. Recent. Thane looked towards a corridor lined with black iron doors. The markers. Elsewhere. Then ignore it. Skeld looked up at him. "You advise restraint now?" "I advise mission." A weak voice sounded beyond the nearest door. "In the Emperor's name." Thane froze. The voice came again. "Brother, grant judgment." The Black Templar broke the door with his power axe. The chamber beyond contained warriors in black and white. Black Templars hung within suspension frames, their armor opened and their bodies stripped to the waist. Surgical machines had removed both progenoids from each. Tubes entered their chests, forcing their hearts to continue beating despite the wounds. Several were dead. 3 remained conscious. 1 turned his head towards Thane. His face was grey, his lips bloodless. "Name your crusade," Thane said. "Gathalamor." The answer came as a whisper. Thane stepped closer. The captive's eyes moved towards the chained axe. He took the seed. "I see it. He keeps us breathing to map the loss." Skeld looked towards the corridor. The markers remain active. The captive Templar heard him. "Go." Thane did not move. "Brother," the dying warrior said, "do not leave us upon his table." Skeld caught Thane's shoulder. "The mission." The Black Templar pulled free. "No Son of Dawn remains for this carrion thing's amusement. Destroy the network and we end more suffering. Not theirs." Thane raised his axe. The captive closed his eyes. "Sigismund witnessed me." The blade fell. It passed through neck and suspension frame. The warrior's head struck the deck. Blood sprayed across Thane's chest. He moved to the next. Skeld watched the corridor, chainsword raised. You are following the scent he laid. I know, and still you choose it. I know. The second blade stroke fell. Skeld exhaled through his teeth. Then he turned his back to Thane and guarded the door. I will not leave you alone. Across the forge, objectives failed in sequence. Kador carried forbidden knowledge deeper into the Seraphi and walked through blood with both fists clenched. Thane granted death while teleportation markers remained untouched. Skeld abandoned the hunt rather than abandon his brother. Vaughn heard Phayzarus through every wall. The Magos' voice passed through machine grills, dead mouths, and the speakers of abandoned armor. Astartes' doctrine is not discipline. The forge trembled. It is compulsion ritualized as virtue. Warning runes spread across Vaughn's display as the kill team's signals diverged from their assigned routes. Once the compulsion is identified, Phayzarus said, the warrior is already open upon the table. The floor was warm because the dead beneath it had not finished cooling. Watch Captain Acastus Vaughn stepped through nutrient fluid deep enough to cover the toes of his boots. It clung to his greaves in translucent ropes, pink with blood and clouded by chemical preservative. Pieces of failed specimens drifted upon its surface. A human ear threaded with copper wire, 3 fused fingers, a lidless eye revolving slowly in the current. The drainage grills swallowed them one by one. Beyond the threshold rose the central mind vault. Its dimensions belonged to a cathedral. Black columns climbed into darkness, each formed from linked cogitator housings and iron-bound spinal columns. Transparent vessels hung between them upon chains. Brains floated within amber fluid. Preserved nerves descended like pale roots, connected to armor fragments, weapon grips and imitation limbs that twitched whenever current passed through the tissue. Artificial organs beat inside glass reliquaries. Mechanical lungs breathed without bodies. A row of severed Astartes hands closed around bolter grips in unison, firing weapons that possessed no ammunition and targeted enemies that had never existed. Vaughn moved with his power sword held low. Magos Dominus Orest Vanex followed upon 6 articulated limbs. His mechadendrites swept through the air, tasting electromagnetic distortion and noospheric discharge. Sacred incense vented from his shoulders, but the perfume of blessed oils could not overcome the stench of nutrient slime, preserved flesh, and electrical burning. A voice emerged from the nearest column. Second squad, advance. Maintain overlapping fire. Brother Pelion, take the eastern breach. Another voice answered from above. Pelion is dead. No, hold formation. Pelion, acknowledge. A scream tore through the chamber. It ended in the wet crack of a skull breaking, then began again from the first breath. Second squad, advance. Vaughn looked upward. A space marine's brain rested within a vessel high above him, still attached to eyes and part of a face. Its mouth opened beneath a breathing tube. One eye stared towards the battle replaying inside the captive mind. The other had collapsed into milky ruin. The same command repeated. Across the vault, hundreds of dead warriors spoke. Some issued fire orders. Some recited the catechism of hate. Others called upon Primarchs, whose names had not been spoken upon their homeworlds for millennia. A Black Templar demanded that an unseen enemy face him. An Imperial fist apologized to a captain who could no longer hear. A white-haired space wolf laughed until the laugh became a drowning sound. One voice whispered a confession. I broke before the gate. I heard them behind me. I did not turn back. The sentence repeated. I broke before the gate. Again. I broke. Vaughn crushed the speaker beneath his boot. The voice continued from another wall. Vanek stopped before a memory engine composed of 3 human skulls and a mass of wet cortex spread across a brass frame. His lenses dilated. Demarian architecture. Vaughn looked towards him. You recognize this obscenity? I recognize its ancestry. Vanek extended a mechadendrite, but did not touch the machine. Forge Demeris taught that consciousness may be described as electrical pattern, sensory record, associative response, memory encoded within biological current. That belief created Phayzarus. That belief created a field of inquiry. Phayzarus removed every boundary imposed by the cult Mechanicus. The 3 skulls opened their mouths together. A Binharic hymn emerged in perfect harmony. Vanek recoiled. Vaughn had never seen a tech priest react with disgust. Anger, reverence, and analytical concern, yes. Disgust belonged to flesh. He has copied their prayer, Vanek said, not recorded it, reconstructed it from damaged neural material. Can the minds be restored? Restoration would require an original state. These patterns have been cut apart, repeated, merged and edited. They are no longer individuals in any complete definition. One skull turned towards Vanek. Brother, it said in Binharic. The loyal Magos answered with a burst of machine code. The skull screamed. Vanek severed the power feed with a claw. This is not preservation, he said. It is intellectual cannibalism. The chamber lights changed. Blue lumen strips awakened along the columns. Their glow reflected from thousands of glass vessels, transforming the mind vault into a forest of suspended ghosts. A voice spoke Vaughn's name. Acastus. He stopped. No one had used that tone in nearly 2 centuries. The voice came from a sarcophagus-shaped cogitator set into the central dais. Its iron face bore no chapter heraldry, yet Vaughn knew the speaker before it continued. You are standing too far from your brothers. Captain Gaius Thale, his mentor, his executioner during training, the warrior who had taught Vaughn to distinguish discipline from obedience, and who had died beneath tyrannid talons upon Galen's reach. Vaughn approached the dais. The speaker crackled. Your left flank is exposed. Vaughn looked left despite himself. Nothing waited there. Thaler laughed. It was not an imitation assembled from recordings. It possessed the old captain's restraint, the slight breath through the nose that preceded every rare moment of amusement. You still listen, the dead voice said. Vaughn's grip tightened around his sword. Where did you take him? Phayzarus answered through Thaler's mouth. Galen's reach. Portions of the body remained recoverable after your chapter departed. Vaughn remembered the reclamation fires. He remembered being told that nothing remained except scorched armor fragments and one severed gauntlet. You were there. I arrived after the feeding swarm withdrew. The dais awakened. Tactical images unfolded above it. Wars appeared in the air around Vaughn. Thousands of them. Astartes boarding actions, Xenos invasions, rebellions, demonic breaches and void campaigns rendered in light. He recognized formations from chapters he had never served beside. He saw a Raven Guard strike pattern that had destroyed an Orc command nexus before Vaughn's birth. He saw the Imperial Fists defending a fortress unrecorded in Deathwatch archives. He saw space wolves hunting beneath the ice of a nameless moon. The dead possessed centuries of war. Your Imperium forgets faster than it learns, Phayzarus said through Thale's voice. Chapters conceal failure. Commanders die before transmitting experience. Fortress monasteries hoard tactical record behind bloodline and ritual. The images multiplied. This archive could preserve worlds. Vaughn watched a simulation of an imperial city falling to a Genestealer uprising. The scene reset. New orders moved through the defenders. The city survived. Another simulation showed a demon engine breaching a fortress. A dead Iron Warrior's memory identified a structural weakness. The engine was destroyed. Access may be granted, Phayzarus said. In exchange for what? Deathwatch vault coordinates, Watch Fortress Eriok access paths, sealed repositories, gene seed transit protocols. Vaughn looked at Captain Thale's empty sarcophagus. You offer stolen wisdom as justification for theft. I offer function. You offer corruption. Corruption is information altered from a desired state. Your desired state is extinction slowed by ignorance. The voice became Thales again. Acastus, think. The words cut deeper than any blade. Vaughn imagined the archive in Deathwatch hands. Every dead warrior's lesson preserved. Every failed campaign examined without pride, secrecy, or chapter rivalry. Kill teams prepared using centuries of enemy doctrine, stolen from those who had survived it. Worlds would live. Brothers would live. Humanity's wars might become less blind. Then a scream erupted from one of the vessels. The tactical images vanished. A flayed human brain convulsed as electrical current forced it through another simulated defeat. Vaughn raised his bolt pistol and fired into Thale's sarcophagus. The explosive round destroyed the speaker. You did not preserve him, Vaughn said. You made his corpse useful to yourself. Phayzarus's voice returned from every column. Distinction remains subjective. Elsewhere aboard the fused vessel, apothecary Corvin Rex broke his own hand. He had studied the restraint during each interrogation. The machine tightened in response to outward force, but compensated slowly when the trapped limb became narrower. Rex folded his thumb into his palm. Then he drove the side of his hand against the restraint's inner edge. The first impact cracked the metacarpal. The second broke it completely. The third tore the thumb from alignment. Pain flooded his arm. He ignored it, compressed the ruined hand, and pulled. Skin stripped from his knuckles. Bone ground against metal. His hand came free. The attendant servitor turned towards him. Rex seized a broken injector from the surgical tray and drove it through the machine's eye. The needle passed into the cranial matter behind the socket. He twisted until the servitor's limbs began hammering uselessly against the floor. A second attendant advanced with an amputation saw. Rex caught its wrist, redirected the blade, and opened its throat. The machine possessed little blood, but preservative fluid and rotting tissue spilled across his chest. He tore the control key from its spine. The remaining restraints opened. Rex rose naked to the waist, one hand hanging ruined beside him. He recovered the broken reductor from the floor and entered the specimen crypt. The captive Crimson Fist saw him first. Apothecary. Rex approached the suspension frame. Name and lineage. Garen. 5th. Company. Crimson Fists. Rex placed the reductor against his neck. Your service is recorded, Brother Garen. The warrior smiled faintly. Rin endures. Rex activated the blade. The Emperor's piece entered through the brainstem. Garen died without pain. Rex removed the identity plate from the suspension frame and fixed it to his belt. He went to the next captive. Name and lineage. Demos Karth, Nova Marines, 2nd Company. Can you stand? The warrior looked down at his amputated legs. No. Can you fight? I have been fighting the same breach for 80 years. Rex placed the reductor beneath his skull. Then the breaches held. He recorded the name before granting peace. Cage after cage opened. Those with viable limbs received weapons torn from dead servitors. Those capable only of speech gave their names. Those trapped inside repeating memories died with Rex's hand upon their brow. He did not hurry the record. Each chapter, each company, each brother, Phayzarus had reduced them to components. Rex restored them to the dead. Above the Mind Vault, Kador and Seraphian reached the upper galleries. The Blood Angel leaned against an iron rail. Blood covered his armor. Some belonged to the captives through whom Phayzarus had forced them to pass. Some came from his own mouth, where fangs had lengthened enough to cut the inner lip. Kador watched him. "We continue." Seraphian's voice emerged low and rough. "My control is failing." "Not yet. You cannot know. I can see that you still speak." Seraphian looked down into the Cathedral of Brains. Every pulse from the vessels carried the scent of blood upward. Thousands of hearts, dead and imitated, beat through the machinery. "Leave me here," he said. "Seal the gallery. Reach the choir." Kador checked the magazine of his stalker bolter. "No. You conceal your own shame, Dark Angel. Do not ask me to display mine before the enemy." Kador turned towards him. "Concealed shame does not end brotherhood." Seraphian stared at him. "Your chapter teaches otherwise." "My chapter teaches many things." "And which do you believe?" Kador drew his power sword. "That duty survives the truth." He offered Seraphian his forearm. After a moment, the Blood Angel seized it and stood. Far to the east, Skeld and Thane entered the teleportation nexus. Hundreds of black iron homers covered the walls, each pulsed beside a location rune, hive districts, orbital wreckage, Imperial armor columns, word-bearer landing sites, the Gene Vault, the Basilica of Iron Martyrs. Some coordinates reached beyond Mordrath. Imperial ships, crusade stations, unknown worlds. Repeated translation had thinned reality around the chamber. The walls bulged inward without moving. Human shapes pressed from behind the metal, faces stretched as though trapped beneath black skin. Whispers entered the warriors' helms despite sealed vox channels. Skeld raised his chainsword. "Warp stink." Thane looked upon the markers. "Destroy all." A distorted hand emerged through the wall and closed around his shield. The Black Templar severed it with his axe. The limb fell to the floor and became a mass of unborn eyes before dissolving. Then the Nexus doors opened. Phayzarus's voice filled the chamber. Replication cycle complete. The central floor divided. The Angelus replication engine rose from below. Silver tanks surrounded a rotating core of gene vessels, artificial organs, and memory conduits. Reinforced skeletons hung within translucent sacs. Cultivated muscle wrapped itself around them in red layers. Neural crowns descended and drove needles into unfinished skulls. The first body opened its eyes. It possessed the proportions of an Astartes without the perfection. One arm was too long. Its rib cage had fused into a solid plate. Black veins pulsed beneath colorless skin. Crude armor locked around it. The creature stepped from the engine. More followed. One shouted, "For Dawn!" Another roared, "For the Khan!" A third screamed a Fenrisian challenge while attempting an Ultramarines firing stance. They charged. Vaughn heard the battle begin across the kill team channel. Skeld's chainsword roared. Thane invoked the Emperor. Kador reported contact above. Seraphian answered with a sound that was almost a snarl. The pseudo-Astartes poured into the Mind Vault. They moved with fragments of transhuman speed. One raised a bolt weapon and fired according to disciplined squad doctrine, while another collided with it, attempting to execute a close assault maneuver learned from a different mind. Their reflexes fought each other. A creature twisted to evade Kador's shot and dislocated both hips. It continued crawling, shouting 3 incompatible battle cries. Another charged Vaughn with a combat blade. It feinted like a duelist of the Emperor's children, guarded like an imperial fist, and attacked with the reckless fury of a space wolf. Its reinforced shoulder tore apart, when contradictory impulses drove the joint in opposing directions. Vaughn removed its head. Black fluid erupted from the neck. The body continued fighting for 4 steps. Vanex fired a Volkite beam into its spine. Heat spread through the artificial tissue. The creature combusted from within, vomiting flame from its mouth as it collapsed into the nutrient fluid. More vats opened. Vaughn looked upon the choir, the engine, and the thousands of captive minds. Recovery was impossible. Even Phayzarus's death would not end this. Another heretic could inherit the machines. A loyal Magos might attempt to purify them and instead preserve the work. An inquisitor might call the archive too valuable to destroy. The temptation had already reached Vaughn. That alone condemned it. Vanex, the Magos turned. Prepare total reactor overload. Vanex's lenses flared. Destruction will propagate through the subterranean forge. Projected losses include all captive specimens, unrecovered gene seed, and surviving Mordrathi populations within the polar industrial zone. Confirmed. Estimated mortal presence, several million. Vaughn drove his sword through another imitation's chest. Confirmed. Rex remained somewhere within the vessel. So did the genetic inheritance they had come to save. Vaughn transmitted the command to every surviving member of the kill team. Mission revision. Recovery is no longer possible. The choir, the replication engine, and all associated data are to be destroyed. Thane's voice answered through the sound of combat. And our brothers. Vaughn looked upon the speaking dead. They will not remain upon his table. Vanex extended his mechadendrites into the forge's control spine. Sacred warning runes spread across the mind vault. Somewhere beneath them, ancient plasma reactors began to wake. Phayzarus laughed through 1,000 stolen mouths. Vaughn raised his blade. Let him learn what we choose to lose. The perjurer triumphant Magos Dominus Orest Vanex began the destruction of the forge by naming what he condemned. He stood within the central mind vault while the dead spoke around him. Mechadendrites pierced the data altar in a widening crown of brass limbs, linking his consciousness to the buried industrial complex. The instant contact was established, a torrent of machine voices entered him. Reactor spirits demanded authentication. Containment governors recited ancient prohibitions. Archive sentinels begged him to reconsider. Vanex answered each in the sacred cant of the Mechanicus. Primary plasma manifold. Designation Sol Invictus. Your service is entered into the eternal record. He transmitted the execution command. Deep beneath the vault, control rods withdrew from a reactor that had not exceeded ordained output in 6,000 years. Warning runes spread across the noosphere. The reactor's machine spirit shrieked in outrage as Vanex forced its sacred restraints to open. Thermal regulation choir, designation Sevenfold Mercy, your vigil is complete. He severed its data core. Thousands of coolant servitors convulsed in their alcoves. Their minds had been built into the system so completely that there was no distinction between the men they had once been and the valves they governed. Steam burst through the forge arteries as their brains burned. Archive of foundational patterns, your wisdom is returned to silence. He erased it. Weapon schematics older than the Imperium's claim upon Mordrath vanished. Tank patterns, atmospheric processors, starship components, and half-understood relic technologies became white noise, then nothing. Vanex trembled upon his mechanical limbs. Watch Captain Acastus Vaughn fought beneath the dying lights. Pseudo-Astartes poured from the Angelus replication engine. They came naked beneath crude plates of armor, muscles pale and slick with nutrient fluid. Some possessed the proportions of true space marines. Others had been assembled with limbs of unequal length. fused rib cages or skulls too narrow to contain the copied reflexes driven into them. One creature lunged at Vaughn with a chain blade. It shouted an ultramarine's tactical invocation while attacking with the uncontrolled violence of a world eater. Vaughn caught the weapon upon his power sword. The disruption field sheared through the chain blade's teeth. He stepped inside the creature's reach and drove his shoulder into its malformed chest. Bone cracked. The pseudo-Astartes staggered, then attempted a Raven Guard evasion pattern. Its left knee bent in the wrong direction. Tendons snapped through the skin. Vaughn removed its head. Black fluid erupted from the neck and struck his helm in oily sheets. "Vanex," he said. "Progress." The Magos answered through bursts of binharic pain. Plasma escalation is irreversible. Full cascade requires additional access. Time. Uncertain. A conversion beam crossed the cathedral. At the weapon's mouth, it was a needle of white radiance. Across the length of the mind vault, it expanded into a sphere of destructive force that consumed 3 suspension columns and every preserved brain within them. Glass became vapor. Dead minds screamed once through the noosphere and ceased. Vaughn turned towards the far gallery. Phayzarus entered the central laboratory. His regenerated body had become more monstrous than before. New artificial muscles stretched across the wounds left by plasma and bolt fire, woven too rapidly to resemble natural anatomy. Strands crossed exposed machinery in uneven bands. Brass ribs protruded through translucent tissue. Half of his face remained metal, while the other had been rebuilt from pallid flesh that twitched without expression. Several progenoid canisters had been mounted directly into the bones of subversion. Transparent tubes fed from the vessels into the replicated organ buried within his spine. Pale glands floated in preservative around him, each one chained to the armor like a reliquary stolen from a slaughtered saint. The conversion beam arrested in his primary hands. Surgical limbs unfolded behind him. "Demolition behavior confirmed," he said. "Watch Captain Vaughn has selected denial over recovery. You left nothing fit to recover. Incorrect. Information remains viable." Gun servitors emerged from the galleries. Their weapon limbs opened fire. Heavy bolter shells tore through the nutrient fluid, throwing geysers of pink liquid and body fragments into the air. Vaughn moved behind a memory engine as explosive rounds hammered against its casing. Pseudo-Astartes advanced beneath the barrage. They did not move in a single formation. Some sought cover, others charged. Several turned upon one another when copied targeting instincts identified conflicting armor signatures as hostile. Phayzarus used their disorder as concealment. He fired again. The conversion beam struck the base of Vaughn's shelter. Distance magnified the blast. The memory engine ruptured, throwing Vaughn across the vault. He landed in warm fluid and rolled before the falling machinery could crush him. A warning rune flashed within his helm. Gravitic distortion. Vaughn pushed himself aside as the deck beneath his previous position collapsed into a hidden surgical pit. Blades rose from its depths, their edges turning slowly. Every path through the laboratory had been prepared. A retreating warrior would meet the pit. A flanking warrior would cross a teleportation marker. A direct charge would enter the conversion beamer's killing range. Phayzarus had shaped the chamber as he had shaped Mordrath. Vaughn opened the kill team channel. Do not follow visible routes. Breach through machinery. Deny his geometry. Brother Hrothskeld laughed. Now you speak like a hunter. The Space Wolf came through the ceiling. He had climbed the outer machinery columns rather than using the galleries. He dropped from a cable gantry above Phayzarus, one hand holding his chainsword and the other gripping a broken length of pipe. He threw the pipe first. Phayzarus calculated the chainsword strike and shifted to intercept it. The pipe struck his conversion beamer. It wedged between the weapon's focusing rings. The charge discharged sideways, obliterating a gun servitor and tearing open the gallery wall. Skeld landed upon the Magos. His chainsword struck sparks from the bones of subversion. Phayzarus caught his wrist with a surgical limb. Skeld released the weapon, headbutted the Magos, and drew a combat blade from his belt. Phayzarus blocked the blade. Skeld punched him in the damaged abdomen. Artificial tissue split. The Space Wolf seized one of the mounted progenoid canisters and tore it free. Tubes snapped, spraying preservative and blood across both warriors. Phayzarus struck with an energized talon. Skeld twisted aside. The claws opened his pauldron and cut through the meat beneath, but missed the neck. "Attack sequence lacks consistency," Phayzarus said. Skeld grinned through blood on his teeth. "That is because I have not decided how to kill you." He kicked a severed servitor head towards the Magos' legs, vaulted a control altar, and struck from the opposite side. He used the environment without pattern. Broken instruments became weapons. Falling cables became concealment. He feinted towards the vulnerable spine, then attacked the knee. Phayzarus' responses slowed by fractions. Prediction runes flickered across his lenses. Skeld saw it. You cannot smell what comes next. The lights died. Voices entered the chamber. "Little Hroth." Skeld stopped. The voice belonged to someone long dead. Another came from the walls. "Too slow, pup." A third laughed with the coarse warmth of a Fenrisian feast hall. Skeld's pack brothers spoke through the cathedral. Men who had died beneath alien claws. Traitor blades and burning skies called his name from the dark. Their voices carried old mockery, old affection, and words known only to those who had shared the same blooded sagas. Then the scent reached him. Cold pine beneath snow, wet fur, the musk of a Fenrisian thunderwolf, the breath of the sea before a pack hunt. For one heartbeat, the forge ceased to exist. Skeld stood again beneath an iron sky while his brothers ran ahead of him across white ground. Phayzarus attacked. Skeld moved anyway. The talons cut across his ribs rather than through his heart. He caught the Magos' arm, pulled himself closer, and recovered his chainsword from the deck. The blade roared. He drove it into Phayzarus' abdomen. Diamond teeth shredded artificial muscle, cables and synthetic organs. Black fluid sprayed across Skeld's face. The chainsword entered to the hilt and tore upward. Phayzarus convulsed. His primary legs failed. Skeld forced the blade deeper. "You learned their voices," he growled, "not their courage." The Magos' damaged body closed around the weapon. Artificial muscle contracted in layers. Cables wound around the chain housing. The teeth slowed, shrieked, and stopped. Skeld tried to pull free. Phayzarus dragged him forward. An energized talon entered beneath the Space Wolf's jaw. The claws emerged through the back of his neck. Blood flooded Skeld's throat. He struck the Magos once more with his fist. The blow lacked strength. Phayzarus opened the talons. Skeld's throat came apart. His blood poured across the progenoid canisters mounted upon the bones of subversion. The Space Wolf fell to his knees, both hands still gripping the trapped chainsword. Rex appeared through the specimen galleries. The apothecary carried a broken reductor in his ruined hand. Captive Astartes followed behind him, limbless or half-armored, dragging themselves with scavenged weapons through the nutrient fluid. Rex saw Skeld fall. He ran. "Hold the gland intact." The order was for no one. It was ritual. It was instinct. It was the final duty of his office. Phayzarus knew it. A surgical limb entered Skeld's opened neck before Rex could reach him. The improvised reductor extended, searched, and closed. The cervical progenoid came free. Rex fired a bolt pistol. Phayzarus turned Skeld's body into the shot. The shell detonated within the Space Wolf's chest, throwing fragments of black armor, ribs, and both ruined hearts across the deck. The pale gland entered the grinding aperture beneath the Magos' breastplate. Metal teeth closed. Skeld's progenoid burst. Phayzarus shuddered as memory flooded him. Snow beneath armored boots. Fenrisian laughter. Thane kneeling before the forge. Breach. The Black Templar wrapping chains around his axe. Demolition charges placed beneath the eastern support spine. Teleportation markers Skeld had scented, but not destroyed. Vaughn's revised route. Seraphian's weakening control. Rex's locator. Phayzarus raised his head. New knowledge glowed behind his lenses. Acquisition complete. Rex attacked him with the reductor. The Magos teleported. Crimson light swallowed him. Rex's blade passed through empty warp frost. Brother Dimas Thane fought among the homing markers. His storm shield was blackened by plasma and scored by chain weapons. The power axe in his right hand had broken at the haft, leaving him a short length of energized blade. He destroyed another marker. The iron disc burst beneath the axe, releasing a pulse of warp cold. Faces pressed through the nearby wall, mouths opening around silent pleas. Thane raised his shield as crimson light ignited behind him. Phayzarus appeared. The first talons struck the storm shield. Thane turned in time. The blow drove him across the chamber, boots carving lines through the metal floor. He answered with the broken axe, cutting through one stabilizing limb. Perjurer! Brother Dimas Thane, Phayzarus replied. Your remaining demolition charges are located beneath the eastern support spine. Thane understood. Skeld. His memories had become useful. The Black Templar roared and charged. Phayzarus retreated one step. Magnetic locks awakened beneath the deck. Thane's storm shield slammed downward. The relic face struck the floor and held fast. Magnetic force seized the adamantium layers within it, pinning his left arm beneath the weight. Thane pulled. The shield did not move. Phayzarus's talons closed around his axe arm. The Black Templar drove his helm into the Magos' face. Metal buckled. The talons tightened. Thane's right arm tore free at the shoulder. The broken axe remained clenched within the severed gauntlet. Blood struck the wall in a pressurized arc. Thane did not fall. He wrenched his trapped left arm against the shield until the elbow joint dislocated. Armor split. Flesh tore. He freed himself by leaving part of his forearm inside the locked gauntlet. Then he charged without hands. He struck Phayzarus with his shoulder. He bit into the artificial flesh across the Magos' throat, tearing a strip free between his teeth. Phayzarus drove the reductor into Thane's chest. The blade opened the breastplate. Thane spat synthetic tissue across the Magos' face. You will not take my oath. Phayzarus spoke in Skeld's voice. Before the throne and beneath the gaze of the dead, I bind wrath to purpose. I shall suffer no witch, endure no heretic, and deny no challenge issued against the Emperor's blood. Thane froze. Those were the words he had spoken before entering the forge, words heard only by Skeld. Phayzarus returned to his own voice. Your oath was already taken. The reductor entered the Black Templar's chest. Thane tried to bite him again. The blade found his secondary heart. Phayzarus twisted. The organ ruptured. He opened the rib cage wider and withdrew the thoracic progenoid, while the Black Templar remained upright through stubbornness alone. Thane stared at the gland in the Magos' claws. Burn, he whispered. Phayzarus pushed him from the blade. The Black Templar fell beside his storm shield, blood spreading around the cross engraved upon its face. Seraphian saw both deaths through the kill team channel. Something within him broke. Not discipline, not loyalty. The restraint placed upon the thirst. He opened himself to it. The blood angel descended from the upper galleries like a crimson-winged executioner. His jump pack carried him through a rank of pseudo-Astartes. He struck the first with both feet and crushed its skull into the torso. He seized another by the throat and tore the head free with spinal tissue trailing beneath it. Blood covered him. He did not turn upon Kador. He did not look towards Vaughn. Every fragment of hunger found Phayzarus. "Mine," Seraphian said. He crossed the laboratory faster than the gun servitors could track. Phayzarus fired the conversion beamer. Seraphian changed direction in mid-flight. The beam passed beneath him and consumed 2 artificial warriors. The blood angel struck. His blade entered Phayzarus's shoulder and severed 3 surgical limbs. He drove the Magos through a containment vessel. Glass burst. A malformed specimen spilled around them in nutrient slime. Seraphian hammered his fists into the bones of subversion. Each blow caved armor deeper. He tore away progenoid canisters and crushed them in his hands, pale tissue mixed with blood between his fingers. Phayzarus attempted to teleport. Seraphian ripped the Homer from his armor. The blood angel opened his mouth, fangs bright beneath the red emergency light. For the first time, Phayzarus retreated without calculation. Seraphian followed. The body upon the operating altar wore the Magos' robes. It carried his scent. It possessed his heat signature. Seraphian leapt upon it and tore open the chest. The thing beneath was a cultivated decoy filled with stolen blood. He drank before recognition reached him. Contaminants entered his mouth. His muscles locked. The containment field collapsed. Iron braces descended around him. The replication machinery fell from above, burying him beneath tons of articulated metal and shattered growth vats. Seraphian roared. The sound shook the laboratory. He remained alive beneath the wreckage, clawing towards Phayzarus while blood poured from his mouth and eyes. The central teleportation net awakened. Hundreds of homers flashed across the forge. The replication core rose from its cradle. Gene seed vessels locked around it. Servo arms seized Rex from behind as he fought through the remaining gun servitors. Vaughn reached for him. "Corvin!" Rex drove the broken reductor into the arm holding him. A second limb closed around his throat. Phayzarus stepped within the crimson light. His body was ruined. Skeld's chainsword still protruded from his abdomen. Half his artificial face hung open. One leg dragged behind him. He held Thane's progenoid in one claw. "You have destroyed the environment," he told Vaughn. "You have not denied the result." Vaughn fired. The bolt crossed the chamber as the teleportation field engaged. Phayzarus, Rex, the replication core, and the remaining gene seed vanished together. The shell struck empty air. The forge began to die. Plasma alarms became one continuous howl. Cracks opened through the cathedral walls. Nutrient fluid boiled around Vaughn's boots. The choir screamed as fire entered its data spines. Vanex tore himself from the control altar. Cascade established. Structural survival approaches 0. Vaughn looked towards the space where Rex had disappeared. Skeld was dead. Thane was dead. Seraphian remained buried beneath machinery. Phayzarus possessed the replication core, hundreds of progenoids, and the apothecary knowledge required to use them. The Perjurer had never needed Mordrath to survive. He had spent the world as camouflage, laboratory, and bait. Billions had died to complete his acquisition. Vaughn drew his sword from the steaming floor. "Then we follow him." Behind them, the first plasma reactor broke its chains. Phayzarus returned to the anatomist of empires inside a storm of red lightning and screaming flesh. The teleportation net failed to distinguish between ship, cargo, and passenger. The Angelus replication engine materialized across 3 decks at once. Its central core appeared inside the specimen manufactorum, while its lower assembly displaced an armor bulkhead and fused into the vessel's spine. Sections of the polar forge arrived with it. Lengths of transit rail, blood-filled conduits, burning cogitator banks, and part of a surgical theatre still containing its restrained occupants. Men and machinery became one another. A maintenance thrall emerged with half his body embedded in a stasis reservoir. His legs kicked beneath the glass, while preservative fluid filled his lungs. A gun servitor materialized inside a support column, its weapon arm protruding from the iron and firing until the ammunition feed emptied. Apothecary Corvin Rex appeared chained to the replication core. His restraint frame struck the deck upright. Magnetic anchors drove themselves into the metal. One of his arms hung broken. The other remained bound against his side. Blood covered his armor where Phayzarus's surgical claws had opened it during the translation. The Magos arrived last. For several heartbeats, only pieces of him were present. His upper torso hung in the air above the deck. One leg existed inside a wall. Artificial, intestines and cables stretched between both locations, pulled taut by conflicting translation fields. Then the teleportation net corrected itself. The separated components slammed together. Phayzarus fell. The impact broke several newly regenerated ribs and drove Skeld's chainsword deeper into his abdomen. Artificial organs spilled from the wound, still connected by pulsing tubes. The bones of subversion tightened around him. Mechanical limbs seized the torn flesh and forced it back into the cavity. The ship groaned. Its ancient frame could not contain what had been forced inside it. Decks warped. Armor split along forgotten seams. The replication engine's power system fused with the vessel's plasma conduits and began drawing current without restraint. Warning sirens wailed through the corridors. Something answered from beyond reality. The teleportation surge had opened wounds in the Geller field. Shadows moved through sealed walls. Limbs bent in directions denied by anatomy reached from darkened maintenance shafts. A faceless thing unfolded itself from the reflection inside a viewing port and pulled a fleeing bondsman through the glass without breaking it. The surviving crew ran. Malformed specimens hunted them. The pseudo-Astartes had endured translation poorly. Some possessed 2 torsos sharing 1 pelvis. Others had arrived without skin. One dragged itself through the ship on arms thick enough to crush ferrocrete, its lower body lost somewhere within the warp. They attacked whatever moved. A deck overseer raised a las pistol at one of the creatures. The beam burned a line across its chest. It seized him by the skull and drove its thumbs through his eyes. Bone collapsed between its palms. Grey matter spilled across the deck as the thing shouted a battle cry belonging to 3 different chapters. Phayzarus rose. "Containment failure accepted," he said. Rex looked at the chaos surrounding them. "You call this survival? I call it sufficient." The Magos tore Skeld's chainsword from his abdomen. The weapon came free with strands of synthetic bowel wrapped around its teeth. He dropped it and approached the replication core. Hundreds of progenoid vessels remained locked within the machine. Some carried the heraldry of loyal chapters. Others bore traitor sigils. All had been reduced to labels, purity grades, and projected utility. Rex watched Phayzarus examine them. "You require me." "Correct." "To distinguish contamination." "Correct." "To stabilize the glands during replication." "Correct." Rex lowered his head. You have learned caution. I have learned that corrupted gene stock may destabilize an entire production cohort. And you believe I will preserve your work? Your compulsion towards gene seed survival remains stronger than your hostility. Rex looked upon the pale organs suspended around him. Phayzarus was correct. That made the hatred colder. I will require access to the thermal regulators, Rex said. Manual control. Your systems have suffered translation trauma. Phayzarus studied his pulse and respiration. Deception probability elevated. Then permit the glands to die. The Magos released one of his restraints. Rex hid his satisfaction beneath an apothecary's expressionless discipline. He began working. He corrected temperature warnings that did not matter. He resealed nutrient feeds already beyond recovery. He entered preservation codes with his unbroken hand. Between legitimate commands, he altered identification seals. He lowered the temperature of several unstable traitor specimens. He raised the temperature of loyal gene seed by fractions too small to trigger immediate alarms, but sufficient to begin destroying cellular integrity. He marked contaminated glands as pure. He marked viable glands for emergency ejection. Phayzarus watched every movement. Rex gave him enough truth to conceal the treachery. Far below, Mordrath Secundus broke open. The polar forge detonated from its deepest reactors outward. The first plasma containment failure vaporized the buried manufactoria. The second lifted the polar crust. The third cracked fault lines running beneath entire continents. Fire traveled through the industrial arteries of the world. Promethium reserves ignited beneath hive foundries. Chemical oceans boiled. Atmospheric toxins burned in sheets across the sky, turning night into a globe of red-white flame. Colonel Joran Halvek stood within the command hull of the Unbroken Oath, while every tactical display died. The Baneblade no longer moved. One track had been destroyed. The main cannon had split from overheating. Half the crew were dead, their bodies strapped against the hull so they would not obstruct the surviving gunners. Major Kessel leaned against the Vox station. His throat amplifier emitted only static now. He communicated by writing upon a cracked slate. The charnel line has fallen. Halvek read the message. Outside, traitor infantry climbed across the wrecked armor of the Ash Legions. Imperial guns continued firing from isolated positions. Whole regiments fought without orders, because no command network remained to tell them the war had ended. Halvek activated the long-range transmitter. This is Colonel Joran Halvek, commanding officer of the surviving Hethran formations. The charnel line is breached across all sectors. Enemy occupation of the equatorial hives is inevitable. Static answered. He continued. Request extermination-level bombardment of all occupied hive regions. Promethium ignition, atmospheric denial, and orbital lance saturation. Leave nothing useful. Kessel looked at him. Halvek gave a tired smile. They wanted the world. The Baneblade's side armor buckled beneath an impact. A word-bearer transport moved through the smoke outside. Halvek transmitted one final sentence. Make them inherit the ash. He drew his sidearm as the hull began to open. Above Mordrath, Watch Captain Vaughn refused evacuation. The damaged Storm Raven waited upon the deck of an Imperial cruiser whose void shields were failing beneath sustained fire. Its port engine burned unevenly. Half its armor had been torn away during the fighting around the falling fortress. Magos Vanex connected himself to the gunship's controls. The machine spirit is wounded. So are we, Vaughn said. Kador secured the ammunition racks. Seraphian sat within the troop bay. The Blood Angel's armor had been removed from his torso. His ribs were broken. One lung had collapsed. Chemical restraint circulated through tubes entering his neck, but they could not silence the hunger burning behind his eyes. He held out both arms. "Chain me." Kador looked towards him. Serafion's fangs were stained with blood. "When the restraints fail, I will not distinguish brother from prey." "You still distinguish us now," Kador said. "Now is dying." Vaughn wrapped adamantium chains around Serafion's wrists, chest, and throat. He locked them to the troop bay floor. The Blood Angel watched him work. "Do not release me. You will know the moment. I may not. Then we will." The Storm Raven launched. At the same moment, boarding torpedoes left the Testament of Ash. Dark Apostle Malrek Val had found the Anatomist of Empires through the warp disturbance surrounding its failed translation. His battle barge advanced through the Imperial fleet, with weapons firing. Macro shells crossed the void. One struck an Imperial cruiser amidships and drove through 3 decks before detonating. The vessel's void shields collapsed. Wordbearer gunships swarmed through the breach, firing into exposed compartments. Imperial lances answered. A beam cut the prow from a traitor escort. Another struck the Testament of Ash and opened a burning wound across its cathedral superstructure. Ships died around Mordrath. Frozen corpses spilled into orbit in such numbers that they formed clouds through which attack craft were forced to fly. Pieces of men struck the Storm Raven's canopy. A severed torso bounced across the glass. Arms extended as though begging entry. Vanex guided the gunship towards the Anatomist. The laboratory vessel rolled without control. Sections of its hull glowed where the replication engine had fused with the plasma systems. Warp lightning crawled over its armor. Wordbearer boarding torpedoes struck first. The Storm Raven followed them into the same wound. Its guns fired until the barrels melted. The craft crossed the breach, tore through an internal support gallery, and crashed into the memory vault. The ramp opened. Vaughn entered a chamber of broken minds. Preservation tanks had ruptured across the deck. Brains and spinal columns lay in spreading fluid. Voices continued emerging from damaged. Machinery. Some begged. Some prayed. Some issued orders to armies dead for centuries. Wordbearers waited among them. Bolter fire filled the vault. Vaughn killed the first traitor with 3 rounds through the chest. Kador shot another through the eye-lens. Vanex released a burst of corrupted machine code that drove nearby gun servitors into spasms. Dark Apostle Val descended from an upper gantry. His armor remained split where Phayzarus had wounded him. Demonic light burned within the cracks. He carried his accursed Crozius in both hands. "You follow the thief," Val said. "We follow what must be destroyed," Vaughn replied. "Then kneel. I shall destroy you first." Val leapt. Kador met him. Power sword struck a cursed Crozius. The collision sent a shockwave through the preservation fluid. Glass vessels burst. A suspended brain fell between them and was crushed beneath Vol's boot. No honor governed the duel. Kador fired his bolt pistol into Val's wounded side. The Dark Apostle dragged a captive wordbearer into the shot. The shell detonated inside the legionary's spine. Val struck a support column. The gantry above collapsed towards Kador. The Dark Angel rolled beneath it and threw a grenade into an exposed power conduit. The blast filled the vault with electrical fire. Preserved nervous systems convulsed in their tanks. A wounded wordbearer seized Kador's ankle. Kador drove his sword through the warrior's face and used the body as cover against Vol's next blow. Vaughn left them to the fight. The replication chambers lay ahead. Pseudo-Astartes guarded the vats. Serafion heard them through the Storm Raven. The chains around him snapped. He entered the laboratory as a thing of blood and wings. His jump pack ignited within the corridor. The blast burned crew and specimens alike. He struck the first imitation hard enough to drive its spine through its chest. A second creature raised a bolter. Seraphion tore off the weapon arm and beat it to death with the severed limb. More came. They shouted the names of Primarchs they had never known. Seraphion answered with Sanguinius's name. He did not sound noble. He sounded hungry. The Blood Angel fought through them until the growth vats surrounded him. Pale bodies floated behind glass. Artificial organs pulsed within unfinished chests. Seraphion looked once towards Vaughn. Remember me before this. Then he overloaded his jump pack. The explosion tore through the primary growth chambers. Glass became razors. Nutrient tanks ruptured. Unstable gene stock flooded the deck in corrosive slurry. The fluid ate through artificial flesh, armor, and the Blood Angel's own body. Seraphion remained standing for one impossible heartbeat inside the fire. Then the vats collapsed upon him. Rex felt the detonation through the replication core. He had already completed his sabotage. Preservation failure, Phayzarus said. Translation damage, Rex replied. The Magos approached. Rex drove his hand into the emergency controls. The progenoid stasis system overloaded. Hundreds of vessels burst. Pale glands blackened inside their containers. Genetic legacies cultivated across centuries died in seconds, destroyed by the warrior sworn to preserve them. Phayzarus seized Rex by the throat. What have you done? What duty required? Several intact vessels launched through the emergency reliquary chute. Their seals flashed loyal purity codes as they vanished into armored recovery tubes. The rest burned. The discharge entered Rex through his interface cables. His black carapace ignited beneath his skin. Light shone through his mouth and eyes. Internal organs cooked inside his body. Phayzarus released him. Rex fell beside the ruined legacy. His final breath carried the names of the chapters he had saved. Vaughn found Phayzarus within the engine chamber. The Magos stood beneath failing plasma conduits, his body flickering with warp corruption. One arm had become transparent. Shapes moved inside it. His regenerated flesh peeled away in strips. He remained strong enough to tear open Astartes' plate. The conversion beamer lay broken. His talons did not. Vaughn attacked without formation. He threw his bolt pistol. Phayzarus calculated the sword thrust and moved to counter it. The pistol struck his lenses. Vaughn charged through the instant of blindness. He cut low, reversed the blade, then drove his shoulder into the Magos, rather than completing the expected strike. Phayzarus' prediction failed. They crashed against the engine housing. Talons entered Vaughn's breastplate and split the ceramite. One claw passed beneath his ribs. Another closed around his spine. Vaughn headbutted the Magos. He drove his knee into the ruined abdomen. Phayzarus tightened his grip. Armor cracked. Blood filled Vaughn's lungs. "You abandoned doctrine," the perjurer said. "You ate the doctrine." Vaughn seized a hanging cable and wrapped it around Phayzarus' throat. He pulled the Magos into the path of a ruptured plasma vent. White fire washed across both warriors. Vaughn's armor blackened. Phayzarus screamed through a dozen stolen voices. Vaughn came through the fire with his power sword in both hands. He drove the blade through the Magos' back. The disruption field entered the replicated Omophageia graft. The organ burst. Memory flooded the chamber as a machine noise. Dead warriors spoke at once. Phayzarus convulsed. His talons tore free from Vaughn's chest, carrying blood, nerve tissue, and a fragment of black carapace. A surgical limb caught the flesh before it fell and forced it into an intake port. Vaughn twisted the sword. The graft came apart. Phayzarus activated the teleportation net. No prepared marker answered. No destination had been calculated. The warp opened anyway. "Where will you go?" Vaughn demanded. "Elsewhere." Crimson darkness swallowed the Magos. Then he was gone. The anatomist of empires broke apart. Kador reached Vaughn as the engine chamber split towards the void. He carried 3 recovered progenoid vessels secured against his chest. Behind him, the memory vault burned. Dark Apostle Val was nowhere to be seen. Vannex remained connected to the ship. "Escape path established," the Magos said. "You are coming," Vaughn ordered. "Negative. Manual separation is required." The Mechanicus priest severed the last restraint holding the Storm Raven within the wreck. His final transmission was Binharik prayer. The gunship launched as the anatomist died. Its plasma core detonated. The laboratory vessel became a sun above Mordrath. Word-bearer ships and Imperial attack craft vanished within the blast. Vaughn and Kador escaped with a handful of progenoids. Nothing else remained. Upon a world without a name, beneath a sky filled with teeth, Phayzarus awakened. His body lay broken across black sand. Warp things watched from the horizon, but did not approach. Something in the red robes still smelled of calculation, and even demons recognized a predator uncertain of death. Metal fibers moved. Artificial flesh began drawing itself together. Inside the ruins of his mind, memories opened. Watch Fortress Ariok. Hidden approach vectors. Void patrol intervals. Authentication rites. Sealed gates. Vaughn's blood had taught him the way. Phayzarus rose upon one repaired limb. The harvest had failed. The education had not.